Carmen, you're not with us yet online, I don't think, right? Okay. So just as we kind of ground ourselves a little bit in today, where we are, kind of where we're headed. Just as a reminder, we just started in November. So November we had a kickoff meeting, we had our meeting in Florence. We focused a lot on what the roadmap outline needed to look like. Why are we here? What are we doing? What are the different component parts that are inside the roadmap? We also kind of did that exercise starting to define what are the pathways and the waypoints that lead us to a future where we have offshore wind with no regrets. So we had those kind of waypoints, and we also talked about what would a future look like without offshore wind, with no regrets. That was November. In December, we really leaned into thinking about all the various effects that offshore wind might have. Effects on communities, effects on workforce, effects on environment, all the effects on ability to meet clean energy goals, all those different kinds of effects. Between December and today, Jeff and Cynthia and DLCD staff have been really working to look at those effects against existing policies to say, where might there be some gaps? Today, we're going to lean into where those gaps might be. And so thinking about what a gap is, a gap can mean there's not enough clarity in how we actually achieve a clean energy future. There's not enough clarity in how we protect local workforce and labor standards. We need something more around seabirds. We need something more here, or we need something less. There's too much. Those are all potential gaps. We're going to lean into that a little bit today. Backing up to January was the learning meeting. That was really about how energy works and moves is really complex. So we learned about transmission, where the state energy strategy is going, and the role of the public utilities commission. Just as a sense, like that's the path we've traveled. The path we've laid out, kind of looking at March, April, May, and June, was March is starting to think about recommendations. We've had all this brainstorming. What does it start to mean? Thinking about then what does that actual draft roadmap look like? How do we have some broader public engagement around that? And then how do we wrap the roundtable work up for June? So we're going to check in on that here in a little bit, but that's the path we've kind of followed, and the original plan that we laid out from June. I just want to acknowledge also that we're starting to ask some tricky questions that you all may not have the answers to. But we're asking some of those questions because, one, we think you have a ton of wisdom, right? So we're asking you on what paragraph 2 of part 5 of the territorial sea plan looks like on page 37 relative to standards on seafloor beds. Oh, I don't. That's okay. You say, actually, I want to find a way to make sure the seafloor habitat is protected. That's just fine. So I just want to acknowledge that we're getting wonky and asking you really particular questions. Totally not expecting that you have an opinion, but don't want to take for granted that you don't. So some of those things I wanted to, I'm also stalling here a little bit to see if we have Karen yet.
Do you want to mention our working groups as well?
Well, yeah. All right, there's Karen. I see her face, but the name says Caitlin. So she's up in the upper right. And so yeah, and Jeff, you were for the working groups, is that we convene the working groups. Yeah, so we asked you all, are there particular areas of strategy that could use some kind of focused work? And you all gave us 3 areas to start with. One was marine spatial planning, and that group has met. Another was community benefit agreements and other legally enforceable agreements. That group's met once, and then the research agenda and research coordination, and that group has met. We'll continue to convene those groups. So those are all the different pieces that are moving. I want to recognize those are a lot of moving parts. It may feel discombobulated at this moment, and we're going to try and pull those back together. Okay. Karen, I'm going to hand it to you, and just as you get ready to speak, how's our audio in here as you hear me talking? Is it sounding pretty good?
It's surprisingly pretty great. Can you hear me okay?
You sound amazing.
Oh,
So,
fabulous. When does technology ever work flawlessly?
Right? So give me 2 seconds to click the OK button so there's not a bar across your forehead. And then why don't you introduce yourself and we can talk.
Okay.
Go ahead, Carmen.
Great. Can you see me okay without a bar over my head?
You do, let me try and spotlight.
Let me see if I can do that myself. No. Okay, fantastic. Good morning, everyone. It's nice to see you. I'm Karin Power, Governor Kotek's Natural Resources and Climate Advisor. I use she, her pronouns. I wanted to pop in and join you this morning, and I'll stay for as long as I can before I have to join another commission meeting this morning. But I wanted to lift up a couple of viewpoints that the governor shared externally and acknowledge that the pace of this discussion group, as it's iterated over the last 18 months, has been on a very accelerated time frame. And the change in federal administration, change in approach, and change in pace of siting significantly impacts the work I think that you've been gearing up to do on behalf of the state. So I'm going to pop in the chat. If you didn't catch it, the governor recently had a extensive, wide-ranging interview with Monica Samayoa at OPB. And what I wanted to underscore is that though the pace of this work may be changing, and I think appropriately so, it provides a good inflection point to create a more balanced approach, both for the agencies and for yourselves. Many of you have been doing this on a volunteer basis exclusively for many, many months, and we're deeply appreciative of it in our office. Early on in 23, when we began talking about this in small groups, the lack of a plan and articulated benefit and pathways to develop offshore wind in our state is a really big gap in our public process and in our community-led discourse. So the governor recently reiterated her strong belief that offshore wind should be considered. And you can scroll down if you get a chance to read it when you have some time. They did interview her specifically around the auction that didn't move forward last fall and what she'd like to see going forward. Her perspective continues to be that we need to studiously explore all renewable energy resources, that we shouldn't be saying no to things until we have fully looked into them. So we've had a discussion in our office with a benefit of more time. I think this group will be able to manage the scale and conversation on a more sustainable basis over the coming few years. But I want to underscore the value of this work to our office and to the governor. She is appreciative now more than ever of the roadmap process and that the state will have a plan. And so I wanted to pop in this morning because I know that a lot of the changes raise question marks and affirm that our office will continue to support and lean into this, be supportive of our agencies, and really look forward to these conversations. Bobby, I'll kick it back over to you.
Great, thank you for that, Karin. Jeff, did you want to say anything or ask any questions? Sure.
Good morning, everybody. Again, introducing myself, Jeff Burright with DLCD, the coordinator for the roadmap development process. And I appreciate your words, Karin, about where we are in time right now, both in terms of how things are changing at the federal level, but also recognizing that despite whatever is happening at the federal level, there is still value for the state in having a roadmap for offshore wind. That we see value in looking at our standards for ourselves, but also the standards that we want to apply moving forward if we pursue a path of offshore wind. We want to define that path. We want to know what it looks like so that it's available to be walked, that we know what needs to be done, that we know what needs to be known and when it needs to be known. And we've all been working a lot over a short period of time to try to define that path. I've been hearing from some of members, I've been feeling it myself, that the pace is really aggressive. And what Karin was talking about, and forgive me, talking about the pace of things and alluding to an opportunity here to take a breath, to let this process that we're doing right now extend a little bit. And so in light of the change in urgency to have a plan in the near term in response to how things are changing federally, in response to just the fast pace we've been on, we also have a desire to be doing more community engagement around the roadmap than just for people who have the ability to participate in this roundtable. And we recognize that's going to take some time, and we don't want to rush it. We also are still working to have good, meaningful engagement with tribes, both inside this group and outside of it, to make sure that tribal interests are incorporated into the roadmap. And that takes some time. And we have the opportunity now. And so to just put it in plain terms, we are working with the legislature seeking to have an extension of our time available to have these conversations, that it would allow us to continue the work in our working groups, let it breathe a little, let us do more work behind the scenes in between meetings for the material that we can bring to this group. And so one of the topics that we'd like to bring into this morning's discussion, this is something that has been evolving over the past few weeks or so, that we've been thinking about what can we do here. But we'd like to discuss with you all what that means. What does that mean for your expectations of involvement? What might that mean for our schedule or the ways in which we are pursuing this question and developing this roadmap?
Yeah, thank you, Jeff. So there's two questions I want to ask coming off of that, but one, just respond to what you just offered, Jeff, is if we had the opportunity, say, to cancel our April meeting or move our March working meetings back to April, basically have a little bit more time in between, maybe have one more meeting before June, let the LCD staff actually have the staff time that they need to write some stuff and bring us things back to respond to, have that broader community engagement happening both in late spring and summer, so that we have a roadmap that doesn't feel like it's flying at a 10,000 foot level and not enough time to kind of, pick at it. Does that feel like an okay thing? Does anybody say, no, we should totally stay on track and finish this thing by June 30?
Love that. I love the expansion of detail and taking a little more time.
Okay. So I got two from,
Yeah.
well, everyone's entitled to their own opinion on this one. Thank you. How about online? Any kind of thoughts or responses to that offer? And then also, I want to make sure while we got Karin too, if there's any questions we want to ask of Karin. How do folks feel online about kind of taking a little bit of extra time in between? Yeah, Rick.
Well, I think CT Clusi has been pretty public about, given the fact that there's not a rush for development here, we should take the time to do this process right. So we would absolutely support taking a little bit extra time here.
Go ahead, Karina.
Okay, thanks. I just wanted to echo what Rick just said, but also on behalf, we just met with the OPAC Scientific and Technical Advisory Committee, and they're starting their work on the OPAC charge around the science review, and they would benefit from a bit more time also. So I kind of alluded that this might be possible. So we're all supportive, from Sea Grant and from staff as well.
Great, thanks, Katrina. Natalia, did you want to say something?
Yeah, thank you so much. I support extra time too. Karen, can you orient a little bit how much time are you talking about? To understand the load and how should we coordinate with other programs? Thanks.
And Karen, you can feel free to kick that question back to us too, but go ahead.
Well, I know Jeff and I have been talking about that along with DLCD leadership. I think helpful for you to know, we recognize the amount of work it took to pass House Bill 4080, and are also deeply appreciative of the budget allocation that the legislature provided to support this work. Our office is working really closely with the nonpartisan administration staff on the back end of state enterprise and with DLCD to carry forward that work and ensure that the budget is appropriately moved to the next biennium to allow for continued work. So just know that, you know, on the back end of state budgets, it's very boring minutia, but we are hand in hand on that to make sure that they have the resources. And I think Jeff's been thinking, Jeff, I don't want to speak for you, but I know you're getting feedback about what a different pace of work could afford the state with the roadmap. And so I don't want to commit to any one particular time, but I think appropriately extending it, we're not under any significant time pressure anymore. But the value of the products coming out of this in the really deep, thoughtful conversation is enormously helpful. So I think we take the time we need, frankly, and that shouldn't be completed by 25. That's my personal take. But Jeff, I know you've been talking with your team and with Bobby around pacing it a little bit more sustainably for all these folks who are volunteering their time.
Yeah, if I could offer some thoughts on my vision of one way we might do it, and Joe, I did see your hand come to you in a moment here. You know, we have committed to working together already through June, and I have this idea that we have enough conversation between us that I could put together the 10-page version of the roadmap by May, June timeframe to give us those high points of where are some areas where we think we may have things that we feel are true about the path forward that relates to offshore wind. There might be some early outcomes of our working groups, some recommendations to consider coming out of that. There may be some early concepts of gap areas to focus some attention on. And there may be some areas where we recognize we like to go find some more information, be that from consulting with our Department of Justice, talking to another state, so that June still feels like an appropriate time to try to have some sort of product to think about and chew on. And then take the summer to conduct some of this additional community engagement work that we're planning to bring in more into the process, more voices and perspectives that we might not have heard yet, to take that 10-pager and try to fill in some of those gaps and build it into something a little larger, to then come back in the fall with something that we can then work on again as a group and try to bring forward. There's also some parallel processes. Karina mentioned that the Science and Technical Advisory Committee of OPAC is working on their research agenda. So we want to make sure that we're coordinating those efforts and doing things in the right order. There's also the Oregon Energy Strategy being developed by Odo, which is due, I believe, in November of this year, which I see some heads nodding. Something we've recognized early on is that part of the path is understanding the nature of the energy need and the scale. And so I would expect that between all of that, like, let's get to a place by June. Even if it's an introductory place. Do some work through the summer, come back in the fall, other pieces will start falling into place. And then as far as an outside deadline, I would say no later than the end of 2026, because there will be another long legislative session on the way. But if we feel ready, if we feel like we have a plan and we want to start implementing, and we feel ready before then, we could do that. So that's my sense of a shape.
Joe, then.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm in agreement with extending it. There's no big rush, and it seems like it would be helpful to slow down the pace a bit. So I think you pretty much answered my question. It sounds like by the end of 2026 is when you're thinking they'll, like, it was we're shooting for and have a final product,
I would say no later.
right?
Yeah.
I mean, I understand up to 2025, but there's a whole other year there. So what are you thinking that year will a whole year be needed beyond 2025, I guess?
I don't know. You know, what I see is we have an opportunity because of the way biennium work, that we have the opportunity to give ourselves that flexibility, whether it turns out we need it or not. I think that it might depend on what we see as a product in the fall, and then what the nature of our conversation is around that product in light of these other pieces that are falling into place. So.
And Jeff, I'm wondering if that's a question that we can just table a little bit for now, like, I'm hearing, let's breathe and take some time, whether we take so much time or a little more time, or what we do with that. This is all breaking news for all of us, so if maybe we'll have time tomorrow where we could bring this up a little bit tomorrow if we wanted time in between. If some of you were really interested in helping us kind of take a look at the process design and adaptation that we want to do, we could get some volunteers to do that. All of those kinds of things. I think if it's okay, let's not try and solve that issue now. Okay. Is that gives you enough of an answer? All right, cool. Any other questions on this? And then also, while we've got Karin on the line too, any other questions for the governor's office?
Hi, I just, in thinking about this, and during the roadmap process so far, we have not talked about other Oregonians other than those living on the coast, really. I think it's highly fitting and very important that the coastal communities lead this. But the Oregon coast properly belongs to and is of interest to all Oregonians. And considering that there might be more time available, I'd like to just make the suggestion that other areas of Oregon be invited in to at least understand what is going on and follow the process. And maybe they have some opinions or thoughts that would be valuable for us to consider.
And I appreciate that comment. One of the things I'm going to ask you all here in just a second is, what are some of the conversations that have not happened? What's the feedback that you've been wanting to give and you haven't been able to? So just like this idea of like, let's engage with broader communities. I'm going to ask you that question, and Cynthia right now is just passing out Post-it notes for each table. If you want to just take a minute and just write on the Post-it, like, what are some of those conversations that haven't happened that you really think need to happen? Or what's the feedback you wanted to provide and haven't had the opportunity to yet? And then we'll just take some more questions. Any other questions for Karin? Karin, I assume you're gonna need to head off to other things here in a little bit, yeah?
Yeah, I'll stay on. I'll probably go off camera so I can catch up on a few things and listen in. But I'll be here until a little after 10. And it's nice to see you all.
Any other questions in the room or online for Karin? Okay. Let's take just a quick second, if you're online, and a roundtable member, feel free to just take a moment and say 2 questions. What's the feedback you've wanted to provide and you haven't had the opportunity or the space to do it yet? Second question is there a conversation that you've been wanting to have as a full group that we haven't had yet? So take a moment, if you're online, just drop that right into chat. If you're here in the room, just take a moment and write it on a post-it note for you, and we'll collect those notes. And this is also just part of a general process check-in. I think for Sophia and Trevor and Turner and I, as we facilitate processes, there's always moments in the process where it feels dissatisfying in some way or another, and it's usually when we're getting ready to cross from brainstorming to sense making. We're kind of getting right at that point. So just want to recognize that that's kind of where the point we're on. And then also at every meeting that we've had for the roundtable, we get various forms of feedback. This is working really well for me. This is not working really well for me. And it usually comes from different sectors and different meetings. And so just we're tracking that. No, we're tracking that as well. But this is an opportunity to give us guidance on how do we want to try and adapt. Yeah. Did you want to say something or just ask me a question?
It was a question having to do with the Odo's work on
Yes, that's a good one for everybody.
The question is, the work that Odo is doing for the overall energy needs for the state. I listened to as much as I could understand of their presentation, their fairly extensive presentation, looked over what they had. And I didn't see where offshore wind was included in it. And I probably because I missed it, but I was curious, could you get a sense of where they are? Where is offshore wind fit?
Thank you. That is something that we have some time set aside for tomorrow to do a little bit of reflection from that meeting and what we might draw from it for here, but we also need to recognize that they are still in process too. So yeah, stay tuned tomorrow. Good.
Take just another minute and wrap that up. Trevor, are we getting anything coming to you in chat at all? Okay, so for folks online, again, the question prompt is, what conversation have we not made space for that you wanted to have as a whole group? What feedback have you wanted to provide that you haven't been able to? And then I'll advance my slides here in a second, because this would be a good chance to put up the question box. QR code. We should. I think it's the standard one in our public comment. So Jeff, if you wouldn't mind, while I do that, maybe folks can you help folks around the table just kind of say, hey, what are some things you wrote down on post-its? Yeah, if you just walk table to table and kind of run a mic while I just pop the slide. I'll take it back from you in 2 minutes.
Suggestion was just to collect everyone's and mix them and read them anonymously.
That's fine and makes sense. Go for it.
All right, if anyone would like to hand out some for me to consider, and I can read them, and if someone wants to provide additional clarification, please do. I'm not even gonna download these.
All right, well, and on the public comment slide with the QR code, we'll get that popped in there. Trevor or Sophia, if you're able to help me, just pop, you know the one I'm talking about from past meetings that has the QR code in it, just pop it there. And Jeff, while you're collecting those and mixing them up, I'll just walk through the agenda for today. All right, well, thanks, guys. This so far was not on the agenda, but we felt it was really important. It's good, important news. We wanted to do that midway check-in. So let me talk to you a little bit about what we got planned for today. Next up, after we kind of hear what some of the feedback you all just gave, we're gonna have some information from Cynthia and Jeff on kind of their look at the social, economic, community effects and gaps, as well as the environmental gaps. Basically what Cynthia and Jeff did is they looked at all the effects you all outlined in December, as well as the feedback that we got, and tried to crosswalk those with their understanding of the existing policy. So we'll give some presentation there. And then we're gonna start off kind of thinking through in small groups. What gaps might there be? And we're gonna start with a deep dive on visual effects. And we chose visual effects for a particular set of reasons. One, it's very tangible. Two, there are existing standards. Three, it's a dilemma because there ain't an easy answer on visual effects. So we chose that one to start with. And then we're gonna do kind of another round of breakouts. Let's go. I don't know if anybody has done a World Cafe where we'll have stations and you can choose your station. So we'll have a station around environmental gaps, we'll have a station around cultural and archaeological gaps, we'll have one around socioeconomic, workforce, economic development gaps. And you can choose which station you want to go to. We'll rotate through 4 times, so like a chunk of time each time. If you wanted to spend every single rotation at the environmental gap section, no problem. You need to go out and make a phone call for 20 minutes during one of those rotations, no problem. It's your choice. But if you wanted to get to every topic to articulate what gaps are important to you, we're gonna make the space for that to happen. Along the way, we're gonna have a public comment period right around noon, as well as a lunch break. Then we're gonna have a report out after that World Cafe section. We'll take another break around 3:30. Just logistics, restrooms are down the hall. We have this entire room behind us for meals. And we have the room across, I'm blanking on the name, it starts with a T, it's not Chetco, it's the one next to it. Anyway, I'll tell you what it is in a second, but we have a breakout room across the way, so we've got gods of space. We'll talk late this afternoon around engagement expectations and what some of the policy gaps might be there around public engagement. And then we'll wrap up for today. We're gonna start tomorrow at 8:30, so a little bit earlier, because we're gonna aim to get you out of here right before lunch tomorrow. It says 12:30, my guess is it'll probably get you out around noon. We're gonna, again, Bill, you mentioned kind of an update on the energy strategy. We're gonna talk about that a bit. We're also gonna talk a little bit around this concept of exit ramps. What does that actually mean? And how do we kind of continue down the path with no regrets, where we have offshore wind energy? When does that exit ramp really need to stay an exit ramp? What does that mean, particularly given adaptive management and uncertainty? So that's one of the big conversations, and we'll get some updates from the work groups. So that's what we've got planned for us for the next day and a half. Thank you again for making time. As a reminder, you don't need to cover these expenses yourself. We have stipends, travel, hotel, per diems. Please let me know if you need help offsetting some of those expenses. Any adjustments to the agenda? Does that sound okay? Anything more you want to try and do in the day and a half? Anything less you want to try and do in a day and a half? Anybody online? Are we getting any action online? Is that sounding okay to folks? Okay.
You have a question?
Okay, I'll come back to Matt Durant.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to suggest And I think in the spirit of, as we think about extending the timelines, like I think one, be really important. Let me know what the outcome here is, what the process is, what's the roadmap to the roadmap. But I think it would be remiss if we're not taking this time, to not be intentional in just making, deeper connections. I think it's, we're part of a roadmap process. I think it's everyone's coming in with different perspectives, different stakeholders, we don't necessarily represent all the stakeholders in the state of Oregon, but I think, just being intentional, making time to connect. So whether that's through facilitation, or during lunch hour, or after the event, but I will at least make my own intention and just connect with folks who I didn't know very well. So hopefully we can take and build that spirit. I think it's important to know where we're coming from while we're trying to figure out where we're going to do. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks for that, Ramsey. That's part of why we thought the timing was kind of right for a day and a half, just to give you all more unstructured time. We didn't make any dinner reservations. But if folks are interested in that and they want just a little help, finding a spot where a group could gather, just let us know and we can organize it on the fly. So Trevor, we've got a question online.
It's actually one way, it's a question that turns to a thumbs up.
Gotcha, all right. Jeff, what are some of the post-its that you saw?
Yeah, well, one that's timely for this week, talking about what is the process for triggering off ramps, and what levels of decision making would trigger an off ramp? What is the process for resolving off ramp issues? I think those are all great questions. One saying that wanting maps to be included in public online information, so that people can see things like how few and far between actual areas are being considered, what we can see of wildlife in those areas, how cables make their way into the shore. So a lot of just wanting to increase our spatial understanding of what this could all mean, where things might and might not go. Where are we at with standing up a focus group for the fishing industry? Yeah, and like, how does that then come into the full group conversation of fisheries effects and how that plays into the roadmap itself? I think I saw that in another comment as well. I'm seeing a few comments here about better understanding the energy need and connecting with the energy strategy, the scope and scale and cost of our energy framework and where offshore wind fits in. I think that gets to something I heard Karin talk about we need a plan, we need to articulate the benefit of offshore wind, and we need a path. And so that articulating the benefit, I think, falls within that energy context of cost and what is the value of reliability and resiliency and how those all play in. Let's see. How does the offshore wind process getting on in California affect the process here in Oregon? I think that's a great question, both from the standpoint of what we can be learning and how different timelines match up, but also what kind of coordination can be had for research, for supply chain collaboration between California, Oregon, and Washington. Some of those topics are, I hope, going to bubble up in our working group related to research agenda coordination, but there is more we can learn there. Another one about coordinating the Oregon energy strategy, how to bring offshore wind industry companies and learn from their experience. One of the things that I want to talk about with this group this week that I don't remember if you mentioned, Bobby, is that yesterday I did have a focus group conversation with some industry members. There was an offshore wind conference up in Portland, was able to get some perspectives. I'd like to share with you all some of the things that I've been happening about what some of the challenges I see in Oregon and what some of their hopes are for like how to find the opportunity in this moment. Let's see more about fishing industry impacts to the Coast Guard and their emergency response needs to be looked at. I think that an open question right now that we're still waiting to see how the dust settles, is how our federal partners are going to continue to participate in this roadmap process versus not. I've received some word from some of them who are not here today. And so trying to figure out what that long-term plan is, I think is still coming together. Talking about our greenhouse gas emission goals and how those goals are not changing and how are we responding to that need and how does that fit in? What's up with the earmark? Yes, there was talk once upon a time about potentially some additional resources coming into this process and offshore wind, and capacity around that. Generally, the short answer is I don't know. So, I wasn't supposed to make that question. Yeah, sorry. Moving the discussion on real life effects, positive and negative of offshore wind. More science on issues we do have it on, so upwelling bird impacts. So I'm hearing a desire that should this group be a place for more information sharing than we have been doing. I think that our focus has really been on strategic opportunities, standards to uphold more than trying to answer the question, what do we know about offshore wind and whether it's, an effect or not. And I think that's worth discussing what the role of this group is. Are we in more of that higher level management course setting, making sure the parts all happen in the right way, in the right order? And to what extent do we need to, and do we want to bring some of those conversations in? I know there are a lot of resources out there for people who want to learn about these things. And if there's a way that this group can be, and that we as the conveners and facilitators of this group can be improving your access to the information and getting from that's what we're talking about. And then wanting to talk about the specific plan for tribal consultations and tribal engagement generally as well. Trying to see if there are any that I've economics and how would offshore wind fit the whole energy system? Again, talking about power economics, but I think also we have talked about the economics of opportunity for the region as well, and how we talk about that as a standard for ourselves in terms of something we may want to reach for as part of this conversation on offshore wind. I think that's the gamut at the moment. Oh, and then scenic resources, which we are going to be talking about today.
Great, thanks, Jeff. It seems like we've got a couple of questions, but I think for part of this, I don't want to spend too much time necessarily kind of debating the list or talking about the list or how to implement the list. Just making sure if you want to add more stuff to the list, that's today. And then I am going to ask for volunteers if there's 3 or 5 volunteers that just want to be a sounding board as DLC and Oregon consensus kind of remap out what we're going to be doing over the next couple months. I'm going to be asking for that in just a second. So Ramfis, and then we'll go on.
I guess the question that's come up for me, and sorry, this is Ramfis, janitorial, heathen pronouns with Google Lands. I think having heard some of the questions that come up and the references to both the state energy strategy and also the socioeconomic benefits, knowing and having been sort of following and participating in some of the state energy strategy conversations, like I guess we'll get a better understanding tomorrow as a group. Like that's all modeling, right? Nothing is saying this is what we're going to do etched in stone, or this is, we will do all the things that we're saying we need, we're going to do on geothermal, or we will do all these things in transportation. It's just, again, modeling scenarios. So I think in the question that comes for me, in my mind, as we're doing this parallel work is, do we want to ask Oregon Department of Energy to do some modeling for offshore wind specifically? That's a very specific question. And with that, knowing the modeling, because there's different scenarios. They're gonna do it as an economic and jobs impact. So they're gonna be able to compare scenarios with no wind, some wind, whatever those are, but I think my understanding of the process is unless someone's really requesting it, we're not gonna get that outcome. And so we as a group are hoping to get sort of that understanding of jobs and economic impacts. We could try to do it here. That would be expensive. Or we could try to latch on to the state energy strategy. Again, state energy strategy is not saying this is our destination. It's more like, hey, let's inform all of Oregon. What are the potential scenarios in our models? So just kind of like, I think, questions for us, and we can dig deeper tomorrow, but that to me is a question of spending up with state energy strategy. And the what, it's again, I'm just trying to reframe things for folks, it's modeling, so if we want to model, we have to be asking the question from Odo, could you model this for us? Could you model the jobs for us as well as we compare and contrast a wind, no wind, some wind scenario? So that's just kind of a question there. Sorry to take longer than I should have here.
Deborah, who do we got online?
We have a couple comments from Rick as well as Caitlin Barr.
Caitlin, you wanna tell us what's on your mind, and then we'll go to Rick?
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Okay. My comment is, I think it would be helpful to have a discussion about what is typically the environmental permitting process and studies and design process for an offshore wind project. Just to set a baseline of understanding for how these projects are typically constructed and permitted and analyzed. It could be a very high level overview, but I think everyone would benefit from kind of thinking about these projects using the same baseline.
Caitlin, I saw some heads nodding in the room on that. Yeah, that might be something as we go back to looking at the actual roadmap diagram and waypoints of kind of running a scenario all the way through, and kind of imagining what that could do.
I really like that idea, and I think that it would be really interesting if you tried to compare the typical path versus the path that emerged from that exercise we did in the beginning. You might find that there are some things that occur at different times, and that those could be some interesting friction areas to think about.
Yep. Yeah. And it might be a way to kind of elicit some of those recommendations. Try and do that. Rick, what do you got?
Yeah, and Jeff, I'm not sure if you've had trouble scheduling this, but I just one comment, it was anticipated that there'd be a tribal work group that kind of went along with this process, and that group hasn't met yet, so I think we need to make sure we don't lose that.
Thank you, Rick. And yes, I fully agree. I think some of it has been capacity, time, scheduling. We did meet with our cultural resources cluster last month, and we asked for, as a tentative, maybe like a March and a June and an August meeting. But then we heard some feedback that those might be some difficult times to make work. It's on us now, and me specifically, to propose some dates that our agency can be reaching out to tribes to try to set that table. I think one of the additional benefits of having some additional time for the overall process is it allows us that additional time to make sure that those conversations can happen.
Thanks, Jeff.
Hello again, this is Andrea. I don't know if this is right
place to bring this up. This might be more of a future thing, especially since we have more time. But one thing I think, I don't know what everybody else's experience is with understanding what the BOEM process is like for this and how incredibly dysfunctional it seems like. And so that might be something at some point in time to just kind of discuss the issues around just their process. It's because there are reasons they do it the way they do, but it seems really bad. So.
Yeah, Andrew, thank you for that. And then I think to just put a little bit of a call to our staff and partners from tribes. If there's a way to have the tribal work group kind of be right next to or as part of ongoing intertribal meetings that are happening, the scheduling has been really challenging. So I just, Jeff, you're doing a good job of making a collective call, and it should be, and it's really been hard. So that intent is there. And then also, I think for all of us, you're gonna get this from us today as we're going into gaps, is really trying as much as possible to look into the future. I think looking at how the BOEM process was dysfunctional is important, and staying as it's informing the way we want it to be, right? This is the way we want it to be. And then we can do our reality check is like, we may not be able to get everything we want and crosswalk that.
Or they have to, and then I think a lot of the.
Sorry. Just so folks online can hear too.
I think a lot of the discussions we're having, and hopefully more time to gather more information will help us going in, because we'll have done some of the initial work that doesn't get done in the process until later. Maybe, I don't know. But it is one of those things to just understand, we can have the best intentions of how this process is going to go, but we have a bureaucratic system that just does not allow for very much flexibility or front end knowledge happening.
Mike, great.
Well, just real quick, Mike, sorry. I think I want to just wrap this one up and get us into gaps, if that's okay, Bill. Okay. Go ahead, Mike, and then I'm gonna pass it back to Jeff.
Just to make a suggestion for elaboration on this value of putting a typical permitting scenario together. We should recall that this group has looked at some alternatives other than wind turbines in the ocean, where Oregon could be participating in other aspects like perhaps component manufacturing, that sort of thing. So I would encourage you to, instead of just limiting that discussion of what a typical permitting process would be to BOEM's process, which only deals with turbines anchored to the seabed and doesn't have anything to do with substations or manufacturing facilities or any shoreside things. Given that this group is to take a broad look, I think it's going to be really important just to say, well, there's port-related developments that will be associated with supply and maintenance or those sorts of things. So in that, what's involved in permitting, you should broaden that to make sure that it highlights other aspects that are beyond what BOEM's process is.
And that might be something that we work with you all to identify, like what are some key streams of work that we want to do that with? Because you can't imagine like every single.
Well, transmission.
But right, so transmission or, construction of something that looks more like a square kinds of things. So some construction of stuff that looks like a line, stuff that looks like a square, stuff that happens under the water, stuff, some of those kinds of scenarios. So real quick, is there anybody that's interested in kind of helping Jeff and I be a sounding board as we're kind of redesigning a little bit of the conversations we're gonna have and the sequencing and timing of it over the next couple of months? Just so that we have some people that we can check in with, say, okay, yeah, that makes sense, I'm down for that, I'll show up for that. Bill? Okay. Gina, thank you. Caitlin, thank you. Okay. That sounds good. Ramses, thank you. Okay, we do want to make sure that there's a diversity and not too many, too many people, so we'll just touch base, and so we're not actually trying to use too much more of your time, just kind of sounding for us, that's super helpful.
Just a couple things as we're wrapping up this topic, thinking about just the next few months ahead. If we are all on board that this process is going to breathe a little bit, I would like to drop one of the meetings that we have currently on the slate. I think if we drive too hard for June, we might not give something of quality. But thinking about what our products for June might be, I think that the 10-pager version of where we've come so far and identifying some places we need to go for that next version, I think that could be something that we could try to have in a good place in June. And then as Bobby is talking about maybe the plan for the shape of the conversation to come and just a big picture sense of the timeline and how we want the conversation to flow with some help from our volunteers, I think is something that we can have by then. I'd like to go back to the kind of wavy path diagram at some point and maybe fold that into this question, talking of the where we are with the roadmap and have another conversation about how different processes fit together. But those are kind of my top thoughts for what I'd like to see us accomplish between now and June.
So take that as a seed planted.
Yes.
And we can talk about that more this afternoon and tomorrow. The other seed to plant, just to be real tactical, is we feel like we need to get to Brookings before too long. And so we want to try and do that still. We're scheduled for the very end of March. I'm going to advocate to see if we can't move that back a couple weeks to give DLCD staff some more time to get prepped for it. So mid to late April. Probably going to drop the North Coast meeting in May, and then I'd like to see us get together one more time before summer break sets in some form or another. So just plant the seed, we can talk about it more.
You could talk, how did you see added to the folks that are helping report it?
Amazing.
Not too big.
It's not, it's perfect.
Thank you.
Okay, all right, so Jeff and Cynthia, we're ready to switch gears a little bit and start talking policy gaps. Okay. For the rest of the day, we're gonna be in a mode of remember what y'all told us in December, and I apologize. I'm still getting used to the orientation of the room. You guys are all oriented up here and I've been walking around the back. You're gonna bust your neck out. So we're moving into policy gaps. So this is remembering all the effects you articulated for us in December, all of the feedback that you gave us in between, all the staff work that DLCD did, as well as I think we got like 9 or 10 survey responses on like what are some of the explicit policy gaps. So we've incorporated all of that. That's where we're going to stay focused for the rest of the day. Sophia and I will give instructions as we go into the breakouts, but just remember our overall ground rules. I take them for granted now because you guys are operating this way really well, but just why am I talking for us extroverts? Give people the mic sometimes. Why am I not talking? If you're not saying something, then I'm not hearing it. And no one else is hearing that good thing that you have to say. If it doesn't feel like you've got the space or the opportunity to say something, you know where to find me. Just come tell me, whisper in my ear, send us an email or text. All Sophia, Trevor, we're all watching stuff. And so find whatever way you need to get us your information, and we'll bring that into the space. Okay? Jeff, Cynthia, I'll cue your slides for you, so just let me know when you got that. Trevor, if you could just watch chat, because we won't have it up here, and just flag us that we need to stop. Take it away.
Get us set up here. You go ahead and advance to the next slide. Hopefully this is a,
Sorry.
hopefully this is a visual, once we see it again, that is somewhat familiar. I showed it in December, thinking about House Bill 4080, asking us to define standards to be considered in future offshore wind development and approval decisions. One way to interpret what is meant by standards to be considered is to think literally about the policies that Oregon has that would apply when we get our opportunity to weigh in on whether a proposed project meets those policies. And so to get there, the path that we set out on was to begin with this question of what are those effects that are of concern to us, either because we want to avoid an effect occurring or because we want to grab an opportunity. We want to make sure it doesn't pass us by. We wanted to make sure that when we were thinking about the what of what needs to be accomplished for the offshore wind path to succeed, that we're catching what we need to catch. And that was that first chevron there. We are now going to be talking about that middle. We had I'd say a general idea for policies that we think would apply to an offshore wind project. And we gave a bit of an orientation to that at our November 19th meeting, trying to introduce you to some of our key enforceable policies, those ones that we were really going to lean on, the ones that we used in our review of the bond leasing action, and then how it would be different applying them to a permit proposal for an actual project. What we did over the last couple of months, after bringing the table of effects to you, that 20-some page gargantuan thing, we got the feedback from that meeting and we added to the table. We made sure that to the extent we could, we were capturing all the different effects, and we probably still need to categorize them better. It's a bit of a mess, but we just wanted to get everything. And then we spent the last couple of months working not only amongst ourselves at DLCD, but also working with state agency partners. We've been working with local government planning staff who are responsible for implementing those local codes and plans that are part of our enforceable policy set, and trying to map the effects that we heard about to policies. And we did our best job. And we sent you all a table last week. I just put it up on our website this morning for folks who are not on the roundtable and want to check it out. And through that process of saying, where did we see an effect that we want to flag? What policies do we have on the books? And then over on the far right side of this very long table now is a gap, where we said, you know, where do we have questions, or where do we see that there may be an effect without a corresponding policy? And now the interesting conversations happen about, is there a reason why there isn't a policy around that? Do we have some values and interests that might feed into that conversation of whether there's a way to fill those gaps? And that gets us into that far chevron that I think could come in the future. So for this topic this morning, my goal is to give you an overview sense, because that was a very long table, of where the effects of interest that we heard about connect to existing policies. Out of that, we want to have some conversations as a group and in breakouts to try to understand where we need to focus our attention, either in trying to develop some recommendations to fill those gaps, or if we just have questions that DLCD or our partners need to go chase down to make sure that we're really clear on how our policies relate to effects. And then out of all of this, I want to try to connect back to this question that directly relates to the roadmap about how the Oregon standards are considered in a future offshore wind development and approval process. Now, some caveats that I need to make. First off, the table that we developed over the last couple of months is really fast to try to look at something as complex as offshore wind and attach a policy to every effect. And we did our best, but I'm already recognizing after sending out the table just a week ago that I'm getting some feedback of, well, that policy may not apply exactly that way, or we have some questions here, or maybe we missed one. And so I just want to acknowledge that what we sent out is not legally vetted yet. It is not formal state policy. Please just accept that this is in process and that it's evolving and we're learning as we go. We are planning to probably put a little more work into this table and then pass it to our Department of Justice Counsel to get that additional look. And I mentioned that here because if out of the conversation today, we have some really specific questions that we ought to make sure we include in the table for when that review occurs, that's an opportunity here. And so just flagging that for all of your awareness. I also want to caveat that we've been really focused on what state policies might address effects because we are building our state roadmap and making sure that we have a lever on this process. But I don't want to neglect that there are existing federal laws out there that also provide protections. The Endangered Species Act, the Marine Mammal Protection Act, the National Historic Preservation Act. BOEM has their own regulations, as well as BESI, who is, I can never remember what the acronym is, but they are the entity that comes after BOEM, where if something is in the water, BESI becomes the lead regulator of that action. And so if something goes wrong, BESI's the one in charge. And I was at a meeting a month ago where someone from BESI spoke and said, you know, you date BOEM and you marry BESI. And so there are many different things beyond what we do that can have an effect on or have a hand in addressing some of the effects that I think that's another piece of conversation that we might have again in the future. So there may be more to it than meets the eye. And then again, the purpose of sharing that table, even in its imperfect state, is to support the conversation today, to look for potential gap areas to investigate. Yes, Bobby.
We have paper copies of the table up front if folks need it.
Yeah, for those who couldn't hear, I did print paper copies that are on the table if you want to flip through. I won't be doing a line by line read here, so it's not necessary. And I see a couple other hands before we go further. Or are you just asking for a copy?
Jeff, I don't know if you want to do this in this exercise, but I guess I personally think it'd be like valuable. After thinking about these gaps and the sort of turnaround between agencies and how they review policies, like what is the litmus test that they're looking through the lens of policies and like what becomes enforceable policies? I think that's kind of like the utility of this exercise. I don't know if you want to do it here or the future, but that's to me like the question comes to mind.
I can try to repeat and tell me if I've got it right. The litmus test of when a policy that exists in the state becomes an enforceable policy versus not, or once we have identified a policy, the litmus test of how we decide whether something is consistent with it or not.
No, more like the final step. Like I know we're like in that brainstorming phase, right? But it's the how does NOAA, what is their litmus test for reviewing this? So.
That's a great segue to the slide. It's probably 2 or 3 from now.
You want me to go 2 or 3 for now, or just keep?
Let's just keep rolling. We'll get there. I did receive, we gathered all the feedback that we received on the large effects table. I just wanted to acknowledge that we had some general comments on the table itself. That the effects table is best served as a policy gap or knowledge gap identifier, which good, because that's what we were hoping it would be for. There was a comment that the table is not helpful for identifying cumulative effects. And that's something that I'd be curious to dive into a little bit more and see, were we missing something related to cumulative effects that might have an effect on our policies? And then thoughts about, would policies be different depending on where you are in the ocean or on shore? There was a comment that pointed out that the energy market is competitive and that there is a risk that if Oregon sets the bar too high, we may discourage energy development. And that's something that the state needs to be keeping in mind as we are talking about whether our policies are adequate to the task. Are they adequate not only to protect our resources, but also to encourage the energy development that we need to benefit our state? And another similar comment that the human effects table can serve as a balance to the environmental effects. And I think that's an interesting point that we can talk about as we're talking about policies and gaps as well. One last comment someone made was about the temporal scale for each effect, identifying when the effect needs to be addressed. And I think that relates back to the winding path of the roadmap of what do we need to know when do we need to know that a policy is consistent? And that's a fair point. Next, please. So as a reminder of how enforceable policies work and what they are, we at the Coastal Program, we are a federally recognized program by NOAA, the Office for Coastal Management. And one of the carrots of being a state coastal program is that we get this federal consistency authority where we can identify policies that already exist in the state, and they can exist at multiple levels, from statutes all the way down to local ordinances. And if they meet the criteria for approval as enforceable policies, we can use those to review federal actions. But it's just, you have to pick those most enforceable bits of that strongest language, and that's really what it turns. So here is the approval criteria. It appears in 15 CFR 923, something like, I can put the citation out. That an enforceable policy has certain standards it must meet, or else it cannot be approved. One of the ones that is not mentioned explicitly in the regulations, but that we have heard about from NOAA, is that there has to be a clear connection to coastal effects. That one example they gave was like mandatory school lunches. The Coastal Zone Management Act at the federal level has an initiating purpose that relates to the coastal zone and coastal effects. And so it's important to know that as we are submitting policies, that we can make an argument and a connection to there being a coastal effect, while also recognizing that when we're talking about effects to to coastal uses and resources, humans are a coastal resource. So a policy must be legally binding, has to use shall or must statements. It can't just say should or consider. Has to have clear and sufficient standards. It can't just say where appropriate. It has to be a little more specific than that. It can't already be federally preempted. So something like the Endangered Species Act, for example, or certain policies that where a federal law is already providing that standard of protection. Cannot directly regulate federal agencies, lands, or waters. There's a caveat to this in Oregon because we have something called a GLD, and I've talked about this before, that out to 500 fathoms, which gets out into where the bond planning process got, but not all the way out. If there is a marine energy project, Oregon has the ability to review that under federal consistency and apply the full suite of our state enforceable policies to an action in federal waters. And that's a very powerful opportunity that we have, and a big reason why we were including this is think about the can't discriminate against a particular user or agency. So we can't just single out policy for offshore wind alone. May not hinder the national interest or CZMA objectives. So this one is a bit of a judgment call at the federal level. If we were to make a policy that is so restrictive that it somehow hinders the national interest, that might not make the cut. And then we just can't incorporate other policies by reference. It's administrative. I've shown this before as well. It's a pictorial of where we currently in Oregon derive our enforceable policies. It includes our land use planning goals. We have 19 of them, which include our coastal goals for estuaries, shorelands, beaches and dunes, and the ocean. We have our administrative rules and our statutes that include things like our removal fill law, the state laws regarding uses of the seafloor, water quality, those kinds of things, as well as we have some fish and wildlife specific policies that are at the state level like that. We have our territorial sea plan, which I'm going to talk about in greater depth, that sets some more specific policies applicable to the ocean at implementing goal 19. And then also at the state, we incorporate local policies, comprehensive plans and codes in our coastal program, which apply from the shore inland, but that if it relates to an effect on the coastal user resource, and our coastal zone goes all the way to the crest of the coast range, that can apply as well. Go ahead, Bobby.
And I don't know if this is the right spot to ask this, but it makes total sense that we're focusing in on kind of the enforceable policies and where there might be some gaps in the enforceable policies. But for today, when we're talking about policy gaps, are we only talking about gaps in the enforceable policies, or are we talking about gaps in other policy statements that Oregon?
It's a good question. When we were mapping effects policies, we didn't restrict it to only the things that were already enforceable policies. We looked for places where the state had set a rule or a statute, and if one was missing there, but I don't know if you're asking just in a grander sense that maybe it's not a formal policy like written in statute, but some other kind of standard we want to set for ourselves and how we conduct ourselves.
It's more like when we have a conversation around gaps and someone says, hey, there's really a gap in wanting to make sure that local economic benefit stays local or local power stays local. And that might never be in a way that could be incorporated into an enforceable policy as NOAA defined it, but could be a policy that the state of Oregon adopts in some way. I guess that's what I'm fishing for is,
yeah,
how much do you want people to focus on what we could make an enforceable policy and just generally what Oregon can set as policy?
That's a good point, Bobby, and forgive me for getting in my own lens here. I think that's a fair point that there are lots of different ways. If we identify that there's a gap, something that we want to see or a future with offshore wind, we can talk about different ways to achieve that. There is more than that. Thank you. And I'm seeing a couple other hands.
Sorry, I didn't actually want to open that for questions. Yeah.
Well, I think for this exercise, and this is a little late, but it would be useful to get examples. So when you say like, you know, ocean users or humans are a resource here. Well, Nate and I are like, okay, human resource policies. That's a policy management of how we manage users in the ocean. That could be employment, that could be the businesses who are in the ocean. So I think we would probably push to expand of human resource, but like it would again be useful like examples that are historical that can point to, and I think there's other examples like the discrimination question, like, okay, I would say like, we know we have policies in Oregon that protect us from say offshore oil drilling. How is that composed in a way that's non-discriminatory for other energy uses? Again, I think that as we're doing this exercise, it could be useful to know how historically we've done and approached these to fit let's test for each of those examples that I think you gave us in that last slide. That would be helpful.
Okay,
And Jeff, that's part of what I was fishing for a little bit, like, if this group says, we absolutely want human resources and kind of labor policies to fit within this framework somehow, we just don't know exactly how. Hey,
Right.
VLC and experts, can you please go figure out where it's been done similarly, where it hasn't? If you're getting a strong signal from the people of Oregon to make it so, how best can you try and do that?
I'm hoping for just that
Yeah.
conversation today. That's what I'm hoping.
Yeah, so like, don't worry about how to like slide it into the right test, Jeff, just go make this so, you know, I think that's the signal we want to try and give to VLCD, to make it so.
I would ask this. This may not be possible, but I was hopeful that with this table, if we peel off something for whatever reason, that reason is written and kept in the table somehow. Or put in another artifact that can show how you walk through the stuff that's possible and the stuff that's not. You know, particularly for stuff that we care most about, like the environmental impacts, the local benefits, these things, or if we peel off and ask in here that we have a place to look for why it wasn't possible or whatever that explanation is, that's my answer.
Yeah, thank you. I think that part of what I hope the roadmap will include is if there are asks that we have or the go-dos, make it so, and if we run into a barrier that we can clearly articulate what that was.
And for the next people that come behind us, making sure we're creating the history so they know
Yes.
the
Yes.
paths we've walked already. Yeah.
Yes.
All right, Jeff.
Let's move on. A lot of policy citations, our favorite thing. And I only mention them here to show you that if you look at the table that I sent out, you're going to see a lot of these applicable to various effects. So I just wanted to show you that we've got a pretty large tool set already that can apply to policies, and just to watch out for those. I also wanted to point out that for the overall permitting process, getting one of those questions from earlier, there are a number of permits that would apply to a single action that span federal, state, and local. And I might have shown this to you already once in November, but just to refresh, at the top you have BOEM, who is the lead federal agency. They do the leasing. They review a construction operations plan to let something proceed. The Army Corps also has a role for any discharges to waters of the United States, and so for laying cables, putting in anchors, that's an opportunity for the state. When they consider an action, they have to consult with the federal resource agencies, NOAA, NIMS, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, to make sure that their actions are consistent with those resource protection statutes at the federal level. And then when you get down to the state level, everything that's in the salmon color, everything in salmon is within the purview of our federal consistency authority and is part of the conversation. And so we have the Department of Environmental Quality, who is responsible for implementing laws and rules related to water, air quality. They have a water quality certification process. DLCD, we have this federal consistency authority that comes into play. Department of State Lands has their authority under the removal fill law, as well as their proprietary authorizations for uses of the seafloor. So any project that crossed into state waters would have to be compliant with those and obtain the necessary permits. Anything that involves an improvement to the ocean shore would also interact with the Oregon Parks and Recreation Department, and there would be a permit that has its own criteria there. The state, in its federal consistency review, would be consulting with the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, because we do have policies that don't have permits attached to them that are nevertheless enforceable in the state. So we check in with ODFW as an important resource for determining consistency. And then Odo as well can have a consultation role because of their siting role for energy, depending on the type of project. And then down at the local level, we have city and county authorizations that could be permits, decisions, other part of it as well. Okay, now what I want to do is bring in some survey feedback. So we asked, leading up to this meeting, for those who had a sense of it to tell us what concerns you might have about whether there are effects that don't have policies, where we might have gaps. I want to show these at the beginning, then we'll take you through our gap analysis and then show them to you again at the end. So there's a concern about there being gaps in policies protecting tribal cultural sites and viewsheds, and that there's limited policy language to address offshore wind's impact on culturally significant viewsheds. I would say when we get into our gap analysis that I would agree with parts of that, and then there are parts of that where there may be not explicitly, but that there may be some complementary policies. And uncertainty about whether the existing protections apply to offshore wind transmission lines and related infrastructure. Okay. A need for stronger tribal engagement and inclusion in planning. With planning should involve both in-state and out-of-state tribes. Wanting a structured process to ensure tribal concerns are addressed at all decision-making levels. And when there are trade-offs to be made, that there be a tribal leadership role. I think that can be discussed in our engagement conversation this afternoon. And go ahead, Bobby.
Just real quick caveat, this is from the Google Form survey. We had 9 responses. This is not a product of formal or informal tribal consultation.
Yes, thank you for that. Yes. Okay, next category of survey results that we received. In the environmental effects category, there was a concern that goal 19 does not explicitly cover renewable energy impacts, and that part 4 of the territorial sea plan, which covers undersea cables and uses of the seafloor in that way, that it does not make a distinction between offshore wind or wave energy. And we'll check that again at the end. Seabirds and migratory species not explicitly protected, and concerned that maybe benthic habitats aren't either. I think this is another one where, as we show our policies, I wonder if people would still feel that way after seeing some of the things I'm going to show them. That the biodiversity policies do not cover birds that forage in state waters but migrate from elsewhere. That's an interesting one that I think we'll have to look into a bit. Next. Still in the environmental effects category, concerns that we may have policy gaps related to requiring adaptive management and mitigation to ensure continuous monitoring in response to new environmental data. Concern that there's some vagueness in our existing enforceable policies that could be clarified. And then habitat connectivity and ecosystem integrity as part of our standard habitat loss mitigation systems, especially for seabirds, that there may be some opportunities to just strengthen what we have. And then gave some examples of codes in other states that we might consider as ways to strengthen what we have. Still in the environmental effects category, no clear policies for transmission line siting. We have goals related to transmission line placement and implementation, but we don't have specific siting for cables. And then goals 17 and 18 protect shorelines, but do not specifically address cables. Also a concern that goal 16 for estuaries does not mention increased shipping and associated air pollution and its effects on estuaries. We do have other policies that might relate to that. Next, please. Moving into social, economic, and community effects, concerned about a lack of a policy ensuring local economic benefits. And I think we found something similar, that we did not identify a policy requiring a cost benefit trade-off and balance. And concerned that one of our statewide planning goals around economic development is not enforceable in this context. There's some suggestions there. Concerns about the short-term nature of job creation, which was one of the effects that I think we talked about in December. And whether we have policies that would be able to try to reach for longer term opportunities out of that. And similarly, unclear funding and economic sustainability measures to ensure financial stability for local communities that are affected by offshore wind.
And Jeff, just as a reminder, this is the direct feedback we got from the 9 responses. So these are not DLCs or Jeff's opinions, right? This is the feedback he's gonna get us in just a moment to, okay, this is what we heard, here's how.
Right. Okay, with that, we're gonna start shifting into the work that we've been doing. And can I get a time check?
Yeah, we're at 11:40. 11:45, yeah. So, I mean, you guys keep going, I'll adjust as needed. Okay, fairly expeditiously.
Yeah. So I'm gonna hand it over to Cynthia, our enforceable policy specialist for offshore wind specifically. Watch that, our offshore wind policy specialist. Thank you. Was gonna talk to us about the work that we've been doing at the local level to do enforceable policy assessment. Then we'll shift over to talk about state, and then we'll move on.
Thanks, Jeff. So Cynthia Smith, the enforceable policy specialist. I feel like we might need to truncate that to take off the offshore wind. So anyway, thanks for having me. Just to go over generally what we've been doing at the local and the state level. As Jeff had mentioned, we have, the state and local, the enforceable policies are a great tool when it comes to federal consistency, and the enforceable policies that are on the books now trickle all the way down to the local level. And that includes local comprehensive plans and zoning ordinances and other policies. So next slide. So since November, we've met with 7 counties and 19 cities. We've going from the north all the way down. We still have yet to meet with Curry County, Gold Beach, Brookings. We hope to do that in April. So when we meet with local community governments, we are meeting with planning staff primarily. Planning staff and other staff members that are administering the code, they maintain their local codes and ordinances, so they have a real perspective of what it takes to review a project that comes through their doors. And so that's who we've been meeting with. And let's see here. Let's next slide, please. So when we talk to them, we are talking to them about the effects of coastal uses and resources for onshore components. So we're looking at port development, cable landings, electrical substations, whether it's an upgrade or a new one, transmission lines, upgrades, battery energy storage has been a big one, grid scale of battery energy, also housing impacts and economy. So looking at the whole picture, and they are looking at it from start to finish, whether it's construction in the beginning, all the way down to decommissioning and hazard, like if a tsunami came through. Next slide.
And just while I'm waiting, we'll get these slides up
Yeah.
soon, so you'll get them.
So this is the same list that Jeff brought through, showed you earlier, and I highlighted in blue those areas that are going to apply to the local jurisdictions. So all the ones on the left-hand side. There are more statewide planning goals that are not listed there that might be considered. But just wanted to give you a perspective of all the land use, of all the, enforceable policies or potential enforceable policies. The ones that are highlighted in blue are going to be more applicable to that local level. So the next slide.
And I'm just gonna adjust the volume. You're a little quiet for friends on the phone.
I just have a voice, so I'm really trying to talk.
Well, you keep being you, and Trevor and I will get you.
Okay, so I call this stuff that works, and I'm tying it to music. I don't know if many people know of the former musician and songwriter Guy Clark. He was a folk musician and Americana. And he has a great song that's called Stuff That Works. And the chorus goes a little bit like stuff that works, stuff that holds up. And it continues the kind of stuff you reach for when you fall. And I feel like a lot of local codes and a lot of existing enforceable policies hold up. And it's what we hold on to when we're about to fall into offshore wind. So a lot of local codes hold up. What we're finding is they have what it takes to review local codes, or sorry, the onshore components, get me confused here. The onshore components, whether it's your utility substations, your transmission upgrades, looking at the coastal shoreline and beaches and dunes. They may even have geologic hazard zones that can address some of the concerns. They have development standards, so some examples for compatibility, a utility substation next to a residential zone needs to be compatible with that, the development that's near there. They also have a lot of ecological sensitive areas and habitat protections for wetlands, floodplains, estuaries, also your farm and forest lands are protected. And this is general. This is so for the Oregon Land Use Planning Program, counties follow a lot of the same rules, cities follow a lot of the similar rules. But there's going to be some variance among them. They also have nuisance ordinances. Some of them we talked about noise and lighting concerns during, say, construction phase and port development. Next slide. So where we saw Paul's potential gaps, and I also want to include barriers. You know, gaps, we think of what can we tighten up, but there might be things that we need to loosen up too. We don't know. So gaps is kind of all inclusive. I put on the top one on the list there is comprehensive plan policies. They're great, but a lot of communities have not updated theirs in decades. 20, 30 years. The current land use planning program is 50 years old. So there's certain elements that need to be updated and improved. Some communities, I think we talked to a couple where their estuary policies may have been weakened recently. And so they may not meet those NOAA standards for being an enforcement policy anymore. So that's a concern. Some communities have cable landing provisions and others don't. City of Reedsport has been talking more about battery energy storage in the Douglas County rural area. The terminology for battery energy storage for like grid scale is lacking at the state level for how that fits in particular in the resource zone. It may fit in the industrial zone, but if you want to put it in a farm zone, there's not a perfect fit. And we learned this from our colleagues who are working on the solar farm rulemaking on the eastern side of the state. So that's definitely a gap. The communities are concerned about hazard response plans and debris disposal of that. So if the tsunami comes through and the remnants of what may have been out in the ocean comes to shore, how are we going to dispose of that? And what's the emergency response? Decommissioning and waste. So all phases, whether it's construction waste, all the way through. There are some communities that have no place to put waste. They have to truck their waste out. And so that's a big concern of theirs. And these, I'm listing all these just to give you a perspective of what local communities are thinking about. And whether or not it can be a policy gap, you know, if we can close that gap or not. I just want to give you a perspective. Economic development policies, also they're concerned about workforce housing and infrastructure needs. They found that there's not a real hook for housing. So if a big developer comes in and it's, hey, it's great for the economy and it's for business, we're all for it, but where are we gonna house these people? So that's a concern. Next slide. So this is just a list of what else is going on out there. What we've learned from the local community planners is that they recognize that there is a misunderstanding with their community members and a lack of knowledge of what offshore wind entails. Whether it's, a lot of times we think it's just the offshore wind, the turbines out in the ocean, but, they may not be thinking about all the other, say, the benefits or the negatives and the positives for it. So they really thought it'd be great to have some, just as this roundtable was wanted, some more information of the, and outreach materials, community engagement. There's a lot of desire to have new business come to town, mostly, that's why I put that in there. Some communities are close to it, but they do recognize the benefits of new business, but there are some limits. They do want it to be responsible development. They want to recognize that there's a sensitivity to that ocean view, which we'll be talking about more now today. And they want to make sure that there is community engagement from start to finish. Brought in their workforce, housing, infrastructure. Also concern is we want business, but we don't have the land, or there's constraints with the land. It might be entirely in the floodplain, or it's not in the right location. One of the things we brought up earlier, I can't remember who it was preserving local review. There was a couple years ago, there was something in the legislature, I believe, that was going to take some local review away for certain projects. I can't remember exactly what it was, but there was a community that wants to ensure that they continue to have review. They have oversight at their local level and that there should be no component to away from review, because I think they really appreciate it. There was also prioritizing cable landing locations, put that in there. And then there was also discussion about whether you have separate cable landings or you co-locate. And I don't know if many people are familiar with co-locating. It's a great example is a cell tower. We put in a cell tower, say Verizon, they get the top tier, but they have to make sure that there's room for others. It's cost benefit and it's just a good use of space. So there was that question out there. And then they also talked about it'd be great to have model codes or policy recommendations for those communities that are interested in improving their codes. And that is it for the local. And I'll just start off the state with Jeff and I will tag team. So we are also meeting with some of our state partners. Next slide. We have tried to reach out to all of these agencies. Some have input, some don't have input, but we have tried to extend our hand and get their feedback. The same table that everybody else received, they received. And I'll just back to the locals. We gave them the same table as well. Hey, look at this. It's not going to all apply to you, but it may, some of it might. And then another side note with the locals is there are so many codes out there that we would have a very large table if we added all the local codes. So if you'll see in there, it just says local codes. That's what it is. Okay, next slide. When it comes to state agencies, as Jeff was talking about a little bit, it's not only are they looking at the onshore components, but also the offshore components. So, and I just wanted to give that perspective. So for locals, we're just looking at onshore, and for state agencies, we're looking at a little bit of both. And then I just highlighted all the state codes that are in there that are going to be applicable to state agencies. And then I'll let Jeff take over here.
Thanks. What I want to do now is take you on a tour of some enforceable bits. talking about how our enforceable policies are looking for those strongest language pieces. And in response to, if you look at the table, that's what made it so much longer than the last time you saw it, is we tried to paste in some of those enforceable bits. And here I want to just show you some of the ones that I think apply in a lot of different ways or to a lot of different cases, or that I just really want to make sure you see. Goal 19 is our ocean resources goal. It is an enforceable policy. And as a top line policy, it gives a higher priority to the protection of renewable marine resources, i.e. living marine organisms, than to the development of non-renewable ocean resources. It's a broad, high-level policy, and we have policies under it that help us to implement and interpret that. But when all else fails, we can roll up to these larger policies when we are considering projects. And so there's some protection in that. Next, please. But if you go a level deeper, in your meeting packet, I included this information just so you can read it yourselves of how, what I believe comprehensive Goal 19 is in protecting species, composition of marine communities, and habitats. And so Goal 19 requires state and federal agencies, I mean, really applies to state, but through federal consistency, we get to apply this to carry out actions that are reasonably likely to affect ocean uses and resources in such a manner as to maintain and, where appropriate, restore long-term benefits derived from renewable marine resources, i.e. living things. And it says specifically that those actions should protect renewable marine resources, living things, the biological diversity of marine life and functional integrity of the marine ecosystem, which again is one of those broad policies that when we're reviewing an action, we're reviewing whether it's consistent with this or not. Important marine habitat, and there's a whole list that you can go look at Goal 19 around that, as well as areas important to fisheries. So that can be areas in the water. I think it also applies to benthic habitats that I have to look again. And then also, if you look down at C, agencies shall protect and encourage beneficial uses of ocean resources. This gets to the human side of protection, which includes navigation, food production, recreation, aesthetic enjoyment, so talking about natural resources there, and uses of the seafloor, such provided that those activities do not adversely affect those things that are talked about in item 1, so those living resources. I don't remember what number 2 said, it's hidden by. Oh, just to be consistent with the territories. Yeah, that's fine. Next, please. In order to achieve Goal 19, Goal 19 also has an information requirement. We've talked a lot in this group about the things that we want to know. And a lot of our effects conversations in that table was about those effects that we want to understand before we move forward. And Goal 19 talks about that. It says that you need to provide an information and effects assessment that addresses reasonably foreseeable adverse effects of the action. And then part 5 of the Territorial Sea Plan implements this and goes into detail of different categories of information that the state may require in order to then figure out whether the action is consistent with those top level policies. We also have some policies that are broadly applicable to the protection of wildlife and protection of food fish as both a resource and a use. So I think I showed these back in November, but again, that these kind of broad language statements can nevertheless be used in reviews when we're determining consistency, and that includes preventing serious depletion of any indigenous species and providing optimum recreational and aesthetic benefits for past or present and future generations. And then that food fish shall be managed to provide optimum economic, commercial, recreational, and aesthetic benefits. So there is some opportunity in how we implement these for reviewing offshore. Excellence. This one I want to spend some time on because we found when we were doing our review of the effects table that we could pluck this string many times. For a lot of the effects that people were talking about, to aquatic resources, to benthic habitats, and all the different ways that this could change marine species composition, or noise, or pollution, or destruction of habitats. All of those would be under the same umbrella of an adverse ecological impact. And it turns out we have one policy that could cover pretty much all of those. And that policy says that the state shall protect living marine organisms, consistent with what we said in Rule 19, functional integrity of the marine ecosystem, and then provides a standard. Now, this gets to one of our gaps that I'll talk about, is that Part 5 is spatial in nature. And so it says, well, in these areas that we call conservation areas, we have these acronyms, RUMAs and PUMAs, RUCAs, but that there's this really general standard that says renewable energy facilities shall have no significant adverse effect on ecological resources of concern. Simple, but also broadly applicable. And then we define what a significant adverse effect includes. Bodies.
Sorry.
So I can read it. And it can include community effects, habitat damage, habitat erosion, reduction in diversity of the biology. And it can even have down to the individual growth or species behavior. And so when you talk about an effect to individual growth or species behavior, that can get to some of those more lower level effects to individual species or individuals, where we would be looking at the effects of a project relative to this. Part 5 also has some requirements related to cumulative effects and adaptive management. So this relates to some of those responses that we got in the survey, where Part 5 requires that for a renewable energy project, it must evaluate the cumulative effects of the project, including the shore and prior phases of the project, past projects, other current projects, and probable future projects. And so thinking about one proposed turbine array can happen in the context of others that we either already know about, and it doesn't say that it has to be only in Oregon, or ones that we think may come to pass. It also explicitly talks about the regional effects of global climate change. And so we can have that be required as part of the evaluation that goes into this. We can also require an adaptive management plan, which provides a mechanism for incorporating new findings and new technologies. And that adaptive management plan shall include performance standards that are based on results of the evaluation that is done for the project and incorporated in the study design of the monitoring plan, which is also required. And so we do have this ability, and we used this policy for the Packwave project off of Newport that was led by Oregon State University. They have an adaptive management plan and an adaptive management framework that is consistent with Part 5. Next, please.
Sorry, too many buttons.
Oh, good. Okay, Part 5 also protects recreational resources. So the state shall protect those resources as a beneficial use. And I'm trying to remember. So again, the high level, state shall protect recreational resources as a beneficial use. That's a broad statement that we can apply. And Part 5 also encourages, does not require, memorialized agreements with other ocean users. An example of that, again, going to the Packwave project, there was an agreement with, I think, was it with the cable committee and with crabbing industry, or I'm trying to remember how that moves.
It was with Fine.
With Fine, yeah, the fishermen involved in natural energy. And that was used as evidence of consistency of addressing ocean conflicts. And so that's a mechanism that's recognized in the state.
I had a question here, though, if I could interrupt.
Please.
So, in the first paragraph, it talks about in the territorial sea. So would that standard not apply outside the territorial sea? Because I thought these were also extended out to the geographic indicator.
Yeah, so in case anyone couldn't hear, the question was, if it mentions the territorial sea specifically, is that us self-limiting our ability to then take that policy and apply it generically in federal waters? I think there's a bit of a gray area there, honestly, and it's something that we discuss with NOAA when we're talking about these policies. I've heard it said that you can do an equivalent resource analysis to say that the protection here may say that it's applicable there, but it's a broad policy that could be applied elsewhere. But this could be an area that we should research a little bit more and decide if there's value in making it a general policy that then would make it easier to be clear. But I see Randy's hand as well with a question.
Hey Jeff, I couldn't help but notice that last paragraph says agreements, doesn't say anything specific about what agreements. And it talks about ocean users, but doesn't say, we'll provide a definition of ocean users. So would a project labor agreement fit within the definition of this term of agreements?
Let's add that to our list of things to answer. I think that there would be, we probably have to consult with our policy experts and maybe even our DOJ to figure out what the limits of that and what the legal basis is for that term, possibly.
Yeah, because it seems like it has a broader implication. It could be the example that just shared here with Scott, or it could be an environmental agreement. It could be a community benefit agreement, it could be a good neighbor agreement. There's a lot of different varieties of agreements that seems to fall within this definition because ocean users is not well defined. It seems pretty broad. It seems like the application can be very, very broad as well.
That's something that I'll look into. And there's also something that it is encouraged versus required. There may be a specific reason why it's constructed that way in terms of what we're allowed to require.
So Jeff, for today, like, as we were hearing from Randy's on like, hey, this could be important.
Mm-hmm.
You're not gonna be able to be at a table to give, or Cynthia is not gonna give a live answer, right? So how would Randy's frame his question in a way that would be most useful for today as we get into small groups?
I think as we get into small groups, that could be documented as a question for DLCD to go pursue and respond to. And as specifically as you can make it, that'll help us to go take that, bring back some answers.
And I would just ask the question, but give your preference too. Like, so that way we know which way you want to go. So we're starting to get a whole bunch of questions. Jeff, do you want me to field them for now? We've gone through a ton of content, so it's okay.
I know, well, people
How much more do you have?
a good while. I've got a couple more slides. If I could just roll through and then try to figure.
Yeah, I'm just scanning my room here. So Trevor, that feels okay for you, Joe? Does that feel okay? All right. Go through the next couple slides and
let's move along. Sorry, folks. There's a lot. Turns out there are a lot of policies. Part 5 also protects fisheries uses, and it requires that a project minimize displacement of fishers, minimize the compaction of fishing effort, minimize the economic impact resulting from the reduction in area available for fishing, mitigate possible hazards to navigation, and minimize the impact on a particular port or sector. In other words, don't concentrate all your effort to disproportionate effect. So this is a pretty important policy that we would use when considering fisheries impacts. Next, please. Part 5 also requires a decommissioning plan, a contingency plan, and an operations plan. And so when we talk about looking forward into the operational phase of a project that's out there, we do have this requirement that you at least be thinking about the things that could happen and having a plan in place that we can then just say is adequate or not. And that there is this requirement that you think through the full life cycle and have a decommissioning plan to show that it's feasible to actually decommission the site and return it to its original state. A gap that I think about is a waste dispositioning plan. If you're going to be generating waste as part of decommissioning, we don't currently have that there. So, next, please. Want to just point out one high-level policy in Territorial Sea Plan Part 4, which underwent some rulemaking over the last year or two for undersea cables. That there's a top-level policy that is really clean and generally applicable for Part 4, that an applicant for a project or development action within or affecting the territorial sea shall design and site projects and infrastructure responsibly, such that the proposed seafloor development actions will maintain and protect to the maximum extent practicable natural resources, ecosystem integrity, marine habitat, areas important to fisheries, navigation, recreation, and aesthetic enjoyment for adverse effects that may be caused. And then it defines maintain and protect in relation to that 5-rung mitigation hierarchy that if you were part of our January meeting, we talked about, where you avoid first, then minimize, rectify, reduce or eliminate over time, and then compensate. And so it built in this concept of mitigation into the policy itself. There are also, beyond our territorial sea plan, we have a number of state laws and rules. I just want to point out a couple. DSL has rules for cable easements that, again, there are these broad high-level policies that easements shall be located to protect public trust values that include commerce, fishing, recreation, conserve living marine resources, avoid or reduce conflicts with other ocean users and industries, and then comply with all applicable other laws. So maybe you're starting to see some overlap here, that we have these policies that all work together. All cables are to be buried using the best available proven technology whenever conditions permit, to a sufficient depth to minimize conflict with other ocean users. And then, if determined necessary by the Department of State Lands and if permitted by the federal agencies regulating the cable, that cable has to be removed from state-owned submerged or submersible land within a year. It also requires inspection. Parks and Rec has the Ocean Shores Statute that specifically protects archaeological resources on public lands and requires the obtainment of a permit issued by State Parks and Rec. There are rules that go along with this as well. And we have our State Historic Preservation Office that works with tribal historic preservation officers in the execution of this policy. Please. I also wanted to give a shout out to the federal consistency regulations at the federal level that tell us what our rules of play are. And this relates back to what information we can require as part of our decision. And I want to point out the part that's in bold, that a state agency objection, and this is in 15 CFR 930, for those who want to go look for it themselves. The state agency objection may be based upon a determination that the applicant has failed following a written state agency request to supply the information required or other information necessary for the state agency to determine consistency. This gives us, I think, a powerful ability to make sure that the effects that we are concerned about have information to go along with them so that we can do that one-to-one comparison of an effect and a policy, and the bridge between them is the information. And so in order for us to make a determination that is consistent, we can require the information that's necessary to make that determination. That might be, let me see. Okay, so stuff that works. Following on Cynthia's great structure here. We have a lot of policies in the state, and I only covered some of them, and you'll see more in the table. But as we were going through the effects ourselves and trying to define policies, we found policies that covered a lot of them, especially the ones that relate to environmental effects. And so we came away feeling pretty good about our policy set when it comes to those types of effects. Next, please. But there are some areas where we saw some potential gaps and concerns, and specific to environmental effects, we noted as we were going through part 5 that there are some areas that we could probably stand to tweak or strengthen. For example, that really broad ecological protection policy that I mentioned, it applies in certain spatial areas and doesn't just generally apply to the ocean. Well, there's an opportunity. We could talk about vessel impacts explicitly, thinking about whether there are different seasons in the ocean that should be treated differently as a standard. Defining the role of mitigation in that 5-rung hierarchy. Should we bring that into the Part 5 ecological protection standard? Right now, Part 5 applies to the facility, but not the survey activities that would precede that facility. And that was something that we encountered with the review that we did last year for the bond leasing, which is really going to be for survey activities, that some of these standards could be brought in there. Geologic instability was an effect that was identified, but we weren't able to find a corresponding policy in Part 5. And then, as I mentioned, a waste disposition plan is a good addition. We've heard from DSL that separation standards for cables is an area where we don't have an explicit standard in the state. It could. And then talking about decommissioning and removal as part of the emergency response plan. There's a question that came to our minds as we were building this table related to the water quality standards and kind of the nuances of how they apply in federal waters that we know we need to go chase down a little more. We're unsure to what extent our policies could cover concerns related to invasive species or biofouling out in federal waters, and that's an area that we know we need to go look in a little bit deeper. We also found through our work with our state agency partners and going through the table ourselves that we found policies that are on the books that we have not incorporated as enforcement policies. And I named some there related to marine protected areas. There are some strengthening things we could do. There are some sensitive species rules. And there was one that I forgot to put up here. There was a rule passed or a law passed 4 years ago by the Public Utility Commission about wildfire risk from transmission lines. And that was one that we heard about in December that we don't have in our program. Maybe we could. And then guidance on what constitutes best available data. Next, please. Just about this. And now here, the gap areas from going through the table. You saw me pointing out a lot of environmental policies, but I wasn't pointing out a lot of socioeconomic policies. We had some related to recreation and fishery uses, other ocean uses, but where we see there might be some gap areas that I'm curious what will come from the discussion today, was identified tribal uses or resources in onshore areas. We're not clear. It may be different depending on what jurisdiction you're in, what policies may apply to those uses and resources. Sacred tribal views. We have a visual resource policy that we want to do a deeper dive on, but it's more general in nature. And we've heard in this conversation about tribal sacred views and trying to figure out how it fits in our policy structure. Economic or tourism effect policies. We don't have a policy that requires that benefits outweigh costs. And that could be broadly applicable. There's an example from Rhode Island in the table, if you can find it, that I think is a pretty good one. Maritime transportation effects. Again, net benefit to the marine economic sector, that's an example. Applying those fishery use protection standards to other project phases, like surveys. Labor and workforce standards is one that we have consistently heard is an important aspect to offshore wind specifically, and thinking about how we enforce those as a state. Housing impacts was mentioned by Cynthia before as a concern on the coast, and we don't have a state policy that requires you to build housing to go along with the project. And then decommissioning, recovery, and emergency response. We could look into that. Oh yeah, so do you mind if I just carry on? Okay. So we've been doing this enforceable policy assessment with our state agency partners, with local communities. We started in November, we've been continuing on. We may change this as we relax our process a little bit, but it's an ongoing process to refine this table even further with more expert opinions than ourselves. Next. Do we want to go through these gaps again? No? Okay, let's just cycle through. I think I'm at the end. Yeah. Okay.
So Jeff, I'm thinking it's 11:20. How many folks have questions? Good, that's great. Let's take 10 minutes, and then come back for questions. For folks with questions, you're not gonna forget them in 10 minutes, right? All right, good. Let's take a 10-minute break and be back here at 11:33. We'll get started with some questions and then think through how we queue up for the view. Folks online, we'll see you here in just a little bit. All right, everybody, let's settle back in and we'll get started here in just a minute. All right, everybody. Turner, how you doing there in Zoom land? Apologies, our owl seems to be liking to move around and making people busy, so I apologize for that. I'm a fidgeter, so we'll try and stay more still, but how's it going for you guys?
Well, we can hear just great. At least I'm hearing just fine. I think what happens is your owl is confused by the speakers in the ceiling because it likes to follow voices. So it spins around looking for where the voice is coming from. But if people stand a little closer to the owl when they're talking, it seems to hear that a little better. And then we get more of you like Jeff is now, for example.
Okay, that's perfect. Yeah, we've got a really common speaker at the front too, so it's the owl is smart, but you're still an owl. Okay, so we've got some questions off of that last bit. So I think the plan and thinking is test this out. We'll ask some questions because that was a ton of content. I was asking some folks who've been in ocean policy for a long time who built like a lot of this content. It's like, oh yeah, okay, this all fits together, and oh my gosh, it's still a lot. Imagine those of us that are new to this school. Like, whoa, that was a bunch. We're not expecting you to know everything. Don't worry about it. We'll get you caught up on what you want to get caught up on. So let's ask some questions, and then Jeff and I do want to try kind of looking at just the visual effects and kind of viewshed policy as kind of a sample conversation on how can we identify gaps for that before we open it up to talk about all potential gaps. That sound okay? So we'll get as far as we can for that. Let me just do a quick check online. For folks who might want to do public comment, because we had promised public comment at noon. Is there anybody online from the public that wants to make a public comment, just so that I'm making sure I'm respectful of your time? If you could just drop into chat and let Trevor and Sophia know that you're interested. But if you don't have too much public comment, that'll get us all good. Okay, questions for Jeff. Trevor, you had a question online, and then we could go to Joe. Do you remember who was asking you? Yeah. Okay.
So Ashley, if you can hear me, I'm gonna repeat your question and maybe I can get closer to the speaker. Basically, it concerns maybe more of a clarification than a question. Are estuary policies enforceable in regard to exemptions that ports apply to? Maybe an expansion on that, I think was brought up in December. Ashley, if you want to hop in for more detail, go for it.
I think I have a question about when you say estuary policies, are you talking about how goal 16 identifies different estuary areas as natural areas, conservation areas, or development areas, and then it allows or disallows activities depending on what type of area you're in and whether there's resource compatibility. But then we have an exception process within the state where it has specified criteria where an applicant can propose to take an action in an area where it otherwise might not be allowed. Some examples of that might be dredging or dredged material disposal, where if they can meet certain criteria demonstrating environmental compatibility and to butcher it, the need is so great and it can only happen here that there's a process by which those activities could be allowed. And if that's what you're talking about, actually, then if an activity has an exception from goal 16, then it would be considered consistent from our federal consistency standpoint. In other words, it had a path to yes, if you will. Was that related to your question, or did I miss it?
Yeah, and I think just in general, yeah, I think there was just like a comment about, some policies might not be enforceable, and so was just looking for a little bit more expansion on that, and was thinking about the rulemaking that's happened after HB 3382 around the dredging, and so was wondering if there was like any more to that. But I think what you covered there is helpful, and if there's any other specifics are helpful to know. And I think Annie's also interested in the question too, so I see Annie's hand is raised there.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, I guess I just wanted to provide a little bit more clarity on where the confusion came from. I believe the comment was made in the discussion around public comments and community concerns received so far. Somebody mentioned that communities are concerned about the fact that some estuary policies might not be enforceable anymore due to weakened environmental protections. And I just wanted to get clarity on what specifically that person might be referring to, or if it was a miscommunication.
Thanks. This is Cynthia. We received that feedback from one or two of the local communities that we were meeting with. I think it was in Clatsop County. I'd have to look at my notes, but they were reflecting in our discussion, because we were having an open discussion. And they're like, oh, we just made some changes to our estuary plan. And we changed it from shall to may, or, it was less enforceable. And so they got concerned. They're like, oh, we better look at our policies, because I think we just made it less enforceable. We just weakened our estuary plan and policies. So that was something that they were reflecting on, and there may have been one other community in there. I can't remember exactly who it was, but that's where I was trying to say the communities are reflecting on their own codes and their own ordinances, policies, and where they maybe over the years have weakened things or where they've strengthened.
So to build on that, Annie, we didn't have a specific example of a policy. It was more just something that we heard, and that there were local staff who wanted to go take a second look. And if they identified those gaps, then they would be telling that to us as part of the enforceable policy assessment that could feed into the roadmap and maybe identify where there are some actions that need to happen. But there's nothing yet.
Thank you. That makes a lot of sense. I appreciate the clarification.
Body's gone.
It happens to me all the time. I run out of gas. I'm Hans Radke. I'm a natural resource economist. I've been around Oregon now here for 40 years. And for 40 years, I generated my own electricity with a hydro plant, small. I'm now connected to the local PUD, and I can't sell my stuff. They only want to pay me 3.5 cents delivered rate. So my question to you also is, what are you going to do with this stuff? Who are you going to sell it to? The Lincoln County PUD and the Coos County PUD pay Bonneville 3.5 cents, because that's so. There has to be a better explanation what are you gonna do with this stuff once you generate it? That's my one major question I've been wanting to ask. Because I gotta leave after this, go to work. My second question is, if they build this and you decommission, they decide to pull out. If they go bankrupt, what are you gonna do? How are you going to decommission that? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. To your first question, we plan to talk about the energy topic again tomorrow morning, but we don't have an answer for that specific question in this room. I think that, you know, I was just at a conference the other day talking about the future of offshore wind, and those are similar questions. The economics of this as a new technology, the cost curve is changing. The more they build, the cheaper it gets, but there still are going to be those questions about, is the cost competitive and is it prudent for our ratepayers? And if you recall, if you were able to attend our January meeting, we heard from the Public Utility Commission, who regulates the investor-owned utilities in the state, you know, big ones. And they have a requirement that in the resource planning and in when they, I'm going to speak for the PUC here, so please grain of salt. What I remember from our January meeting, you can go listen to it yourself. But what I remember was they evaluate the rate case that is presented to them from a utility who says, we would like to charge our ratepayers X amount. And the PUC will look at multiple factors that can include some base requirements, will include the value of reliability and resiliency, we'll look at just the cost of power that's being proposed, and it comes down to the word prudence. And they have their measurements where if they decide this is a prudent cost that you're making to buy this power and then resell it, then they're allowed to, they give the stamp of approval to operate in that way. And if they don't give that determination of prudence, then they can't. And I see that, Kevin, do you want to make some clarifications on what I said?
Just to follow up on Hans's comment. Okay, so based on what you just said, Jeff, is my understanding, and this is also based on prior meetings that we've had, that your response to this situation was more an onshore question in terms of selling your renewable energy to the utility. The irony of the offshore scenario is that energy, so the wind projects that we might be, this roadmap is going to ultimately be assessing. We may not get that energy because that energy is going to be sold to who's going to be willing to pay the most for it. Didn't that come up in prior discussions?
Yeah, that's a complex discussion. I've got some cartoons that I want to show tomorrow where I try to untangle what happens depending on where the power is made and who the buyer is, and who benefits, and who pays, and all of that. I think we'll have to wait for tomorrow for that. I'm sorry, but we can have a follow-up conversation as well.
But just for clarity, maybe so I can understand, because that was the direct impression back before, and I think other members may have, and other participants may have. Is it true that the renewable energy that could be generated off the coast of Oregon doesn't necessarily go to the coast, go to the state of Oregon?
There are two questions that I'm hearing in there. One, could it land in Oregon and be bought by another state? Yes. Could offshore wind have the turbines be located off of Oregon, but have the cable bypass the Oregon coast and go straight to a grid connection in another state? I think that is possible. And do we have policies that would require it to land on shore in Oregon? We don't.
And so on this one, like, if there's a gap that you're concerned about, for example, do we think it's a gap that we don't have a policy that power generated in Oregon is used, some of it in Oregon? Name that as a gap. It's not that the state can do anything about it, but name it as a gap.
One correction I would make to what you said, Bobby, it would not be produced in Oregon. It would be produced in federal waters off Oregon. And so our hook again comes to effects to state coastal uses and resources. And we have the ability to address those effects to our uses and resources, but.
And we're starting to get into a little bit of like what folks think the gaps are.
Yeah, that's great, but yeah.
Yes, and like I've scheduled the rest of the day for y'all to identify those. So if we can just really focus in on like what clarifying questions do you have from what Cynthia and Jeff just presented? Because I do want to try and leave us some time to start talking about visual resources. So I'll go to Mike and then to Ramses. And do we have anybody online? Okay, go ahead, Mike, and then Ramses.
Well, as follow on to this conversation and also as a comment on the review of the existing environmental policies. We should also recognize that battery storage or energy storage has a strong influence on cost. Because if you have many of these variable source renewables are building the storage into it because they can sell power at a premium during peak demand periods. So a base level of 3 cents per kilowatt hour is different than what a utility scale person would sell to fill a gap for the grid managers. But I also recognize that some of these local folks are talking about storage facilities. I hope everyone's aware of the big fire that just happened in Monterey. That raises some questions. I don't think we should necessarily talk about energy storage, but perhaps we could bundle that into energy conversion, because there's also discussion of landing power or generating offshore wind to produce hydrogen, which has a completely different economic and consumption pathway. So if we're looking at these policies, perhaps we should choose carefully the wording about batteries versus other grid connected things, because you can use electricity to manufacture another product. So you can use that electricity to do steel smelting or support some other activity. So I would be really careful about how we think about what happens to this electricity. And to that end, I worked on another energy project, this LNG terminal in Goose Bay. And it really got us taking a look at building codes. There are special facility requirements for certain types of energy facilities. These are big industrial facilities. And I actually visited with the Oregon Building Codes people to say, what building codes are there for LNG facilities in our state? And there weren't any because we didn't have any. I would think that we would need to identify some gaps similarly for energy that would be produced here. That would be building codes, perhaps even for the structures that are moored offshore, or building code requirements for anchoring or other sorts of things could be brought to bear that are not necessarily a land use planning things, but they could be an enforceable policy. And again, I'll reinforce the fact that in that building codes, that may be where bonding standards could be inserted as a building code requirement for advanced bonding for decommissioning.
That last statement you made connects to Hans's second question, that I don't want to forget about, where you would ask, where is the financial assurance if a company goes bankrupt or if something goes wrong? I've heard Essie, who you married, they have bonding requirements at the federal level that they require a developer to maintain to cover those types of activities and also to cover that risk. And so talking about how there might be things outside of the state level that nevertheless cover our concerns, I look to that.
And Mike, I saw that you wanted to follow up on this one. Again, we are starting to talk about gaps. I think, Mike, one of the things that I heard you talk about was important is we might use a word like safety broadly, and there may be much more specific that we want to get. Or we might want to use terminology that are broadly applicable. Scott, you and I were talking about it a little bit during the break, is you can't imagine what every possible future might be, so when you make policy, you want to have some shelf life to. Mike, do you really want to reply, can I hand the mic to Frank, please? Thank you. Okay.
I'll be great.
Randy Keys, Toro, living lines, even pronouns. On the earlier slides of agencies you reach out to, like I would probably just encourage you all to reach out to Oregon OSHA as well and Bureau of Labor and Industries. I think my quick note on that is there's a lot of these categories around cultural, tribal, environmental, socioeconomic. I don't think they just neatly live on their own, like they clearly overlap. So for example, any enforceable policy that impacts dredge work for the sake of the environment, I would say, well, there's a workforce implication. If it would be good to know, I guess this leads me to my next point, is it would be good to know where the enforceable policies that exist and how they currently work and what is the wiggle room for the information to be received. So for example, if you were to tell me that dredge work is somehow in somewhere, lives somewhere in enforceable policies, I would say, well, okay. If I were DLCD, what's the best metric or information you would need to know about the responsibility of a contractor? You would want to know, one, is there an apprentice or from Oregon's apprenticeship program governed by BOLI? Is there a journey level worker? So your master craft. Nate would be able to talk to you more about that. But if there is neither of those two, I would say that's a red flag. And the next question you would want to ask is, okay, is DLCD requesting from the contractor their history of compliance? Have they made violations of Oregon OSHA? Have they made violations to labor law? Have they made a violation to any environmental law? Any of those three flags, even if it's 1, 2, 3, that should be important because my logic model is if you violate the labor law, you're probably going to violate the environmental law. So I think I guess I'm just going into specific examples like where we might be pursuing more new enforceable policies or gaps, but my question is more like, it would be good to know of what exists now, where's the wiggle room to work with DLCDs of requesting the information that might fill some of those gaps without adding more enforceable policies. And I'm just going to the workforce as an example because, but yeah, helpful to know from DLCD on that question where the wiggle rooms are in existing identified enforceable policies. Okay.
Yeah, Joe, and then we'll go. Tech. I got the battery. There's something. Hello. Got it. Where? You just kind of fully turn it on. It's not a partway turn it on.
Okay. Yeah, my question I actually asked Jeff during the break, and I thought it might be useful. Jeff in his presentation talked about how in TSP 5, the environmental impact was just restricted to the spatial area. And my question to him was, well, doesn't goal 19 kind of cover that? And just said it was complicated. And then we kind of started talking about how, like, in negotiations during federal consistency with BOEM, how does that play out? You gave a really good example, so maybe you can just describe that.
You want me to tell the story? All right, little behind the curtain. When we were doing the federal consistency review last year of the leasing action, we identified a policy that exists in Part 5 that requires in important, sensitive, and unique areas where there are rocky habitats that your actions that have permanent disturbance of the seafloor or like a new presence be 1,000 feet away. And it's in black and white in the policy in Part 5. But the problem is that Part 5 applies to a facility. And the ball in action was not proposing to put in a facility, the ball in action was proposing to do leasing that would then be followed by characterization activities, which could include anchors for buoys that are out there collecting data. And we had a lot of discussion with resource agency partners, with BOEM, and we came to a position in our discussions where we said, you know, goal 19 applies broadly, and goal 19 requires the protection of these habitats and these ecological resources. And we recognize that goal 5 does not apply yet, but it might apply in the future to a facility. We want to be consistent, and we feel comfortable using the standard that exists in part 5 as guidance for us on how to interpret this broader level policy in goal 19 as to what does it mean to comply with that broader level policy of protecting ecological resources. And so it was a bit of some creative policy application where a way we could strengthen is to not have to do that. But on occasion, there are ways where if your lower level policy, your more specific policy fails to address a particular effect or situation, there are some scenarios where you can roll up to that higher level policy to provide you that coverage. But it is more than subject to interpretation and
Can you, but it's not. I'm Gina Carter with the Nature Conservancy. One quick question for you, Jeff. You talked a lot about how we can create enforceable policies and the components it takes. Can you speak a little bit about what, there's also a federal review and then approval and what that process looks like? Because people might not be aware of that next step. And then also, my second part of my question is, you said you unearthed some existing policies that we haven't yet, fully incorporated, like marine reserves, for example. So do you intend to start working on those now, or waiting until there's a bundle and then getting it through the NOAA process?
yeah, so to your second question first, there are some administrative rules that are, I think, ODFW rules for marine protected areas that we identified a few years ago. We want to add to our program. We have a bundle already prepared in the hopper, and so the way it works, if the coastal program identifies policy that we think can be suitable as introduction as an enforceable policy, we do what's called a program change. We bundle it up, we explain it to the NOAA Office for Coastal Management, who oversees our coastal program. We submit it to them and say, if this meets those 7 or 8 criteria that I listed before, that come from the 15 CFR 923, and they agree, then they can approve that into our coastal program. But there's a process by which we do have to, as you said, bundle it up and submit it to them. We submit one request at a time. And so there can be cases where we have multiple that we are ready to submit and we are waiting for the opportunity. We also have to be keeping our local policies up to date. And we have 33 cities and 8 counties with many policies, as well as upkeep of policies that change over time. So we always have a full docket of program changes to prepare and submit and undergo the NOAA review, which takes some time on its own. So there's an example where we have some in the hopper that we just haven't submitted yet.
Can you just add the DSL? Could you just add the DSL's rules and statutes are already in for implementing marine reserves and marine protected areas?
Yes.
So we have partial coverage.
Okay, thank you.
I wanted, excuse me, I wanted to go back to Cynthia's comments. Thank you very much for your presentation, by the way. And one thing in particular, Mike mentioned the LNG project that was proposed for Corvallis or for Coos Bay. And I was also thinking about the LNG plant, and I was thinking more about the proposals, some of the proposals for workforce housing that went along with that project. And the one that sticks in my mind is the proposal to build a, I think they called it a 1,200 or 1,500 person man camp underneath the McCullough Bridge on former industrial land. With the idea being that these would be workers who would come in there and build a project and then go. But when we're talking about workforce housing for this project, we're not talking about come in and build a factory site and then leave. We're talking about bringing in skilled workers who will maybe want to make their livings here for projects that will be going on for generations perhaps. Not only to build these things, but also to service them, to work in the ports. And I think that we need to stop talking about workforce housing. I think that's kind of a perceptual gap that we need to address, and I don't know, it's probably not DLCD's job to address it. But we need to talk about affordable family living for our communities on the coast and how the workers who will be coming here will want to come here and will want to stay here and raise their families here, raise their kids here, have schools for them to attend, parks for them to use, and truly affordable housing. On the other scale of housing concepts in Coos Bay, I think the most recent thing that I've heard about is 150 acres or so out on Ocean Boulevard that's maybe proposed for a subdivision of homes that will start at $350,000, $400,000 a pop. And that's good, but there needs to be affordable family housing for this workforce that fills in somewhere in between where affordable housing and quality housing can be developed for this industry.
Thank you, yeah, but that question of the connection between housing and development along the coast is complicated. It's not an easy one, and it's not clear to me, just as one person working on this, what the right role is from a policy standpoint as part of our offshore wind roadmap, what the connection can be or should be. I want to share something that I heard at the conference I was at the other day, where someone expressed a feeling that they want, if offshore wind comes to Oregon, they want it to be for its own sake, that people see the benefit and that it can meet the standards that we have as a state and that it's something that people want. And there was a concern that I heard that we may see a new industry like offshore wind as a way to try to solve other problems too. And there was this concern about like, where are we going to draw the line about what policies we require under what scenarios, and how not to be discriminatory is another piece to that too. It's a deep conversation. I just wanted to acknowledge that, but also acknowledge you've heard that concern.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say that the having lived in Oregon also for going on 48 years, if not more now, one of the things that has always impressed me about Oregon is its willingness and its lack of fear in taking on such problems and figuring out ways to provide quality living for the people who come here. So that gives me hope.
Jeff, I just want to do a time check on this. It's lunch is just about ready. We're about an hour or so behind, which is good. This conversation is phenomenal.
I'll stop when you tell me to stop.
Well, I'm letting it go because the conversation is really, really good. But I'm also just sensing the energy. Yeah, we've been sitting and listening back and forth for a while. So I think what I'd like to try and do is maybe take one more question, check online if we have another question, then do a public comment, have you give just the slides really quickly, and then we get the prompts around the view shed, break for lunch, and then come back and have a discussion about it. Does that sound okay?
Be careful what you wish for, but sure.
What am I wishing for the students?
Wait till you see the slides. It's a deep topic. But maybe it'll give us something good to talk about over lunch, so let's do it.
What, reconsider? Let's have one more question. I'm gonna go check on lunch. We'll do public comment for sure, and then we'll come back.
Got it.
Thank you. Mine's not really a question, just more of a comment based off of the gentleman's conversation over here about public housing or affordable housing. I think that's one of the big things that can be done in community benefits agreements and has been done locally in the state of Oregon. There is a development in Portland through Prosper Portland. It's a 19 block development, and baked inside of that community benefit agreement was affordable housing. We negotiated that as part of the community benefits because that was a big concern of the development of a big company coming in and taking up the majority of the blocks. So we listened to the community. I was actually on that negotiating team to make sure that we did that. And I think that's one of the benefits that we can make sure that we listen to that concern and we can incorporate that into a community benefits agreement. So just want to let you know, it has happened in Portland, it has happened in Oregon, so it can be done.
Can I challenge you, Nate, when we get into the breakouts to talk about that story in the context of what made it happen? What were the levers what was the hook?
Sure.
Can we learn anything from that?
Yeah, not a problem.
Thanks.
All right, how's folks' energy doing? Can we go, you wanna go through the slides, gives us something specific to look at? Like half nods, 2 no's, like 4 yeses. Let's see what we don't have a question on. Okay, did anybody say they're interested in public comment? Okay, all right, I'm gonna open up a public comment period, and then let's take a break, for lunch, and then. Anybody interested in public comment? We'll have another public comment period towards the end of today. Okay, sounds good. So Jeff, you want to give us a little teaser on like what are some of the high level themes around view sheds, and then I am going to give you kind of prompts that you can have as table talk around it without having all the depth of information.
Well, if you're gonna ask for the tease, I might as well show you the pictures. I mean, if we're gonna do it, let's do it. 5 minutes.
5 minutes? All right, 5 minutes.
All right, where are we at?
General topic back up. This is how negotiation works. Jeff's got interest, I've got interest.
Let's do the elevator version.
We find out some middle ground.
All right, I want to show you and talk to you about a dilemma that we've been talking about as we think about application of the Part 5 visual resource policies in the context of offshore wind. And if Andy is still online, I hope he will keep me honest and add some additional context, because this is an area where he has a lot of expertise. What you can see on the screen right now are visual scenic class value view sheds that exist in Territorial Sea Plan Part 5. They were built on an extensive effort of mapping high value viewpoints all along the Oregon coast, stopping at multiple places and judging their value. And then in the context of a wave energy device, which is about this tall, about 9 feet at most, saying from that viewpoint, what would you be able to see? And based on that, drawing these arcs that classified the class 1 view, 2, 3, and 4. And what you can see is that the class 1 view goes out as that darkest gray that you can see, just going out a few miles or so. And then the one past that, it's kind of hard to see if that's a 2 or a 3. I seem to recall that it's a 2. That can go out a little bit further, and it depends on how high you are when you're looking from a certain place. And what you can already see is that the Brookings wind energy area, that black oblong on the right-hand side on the bottom, would be qualified as a class 2 viewshed under the current rules. And the Coos Bay wind energy area was not in a place where it was identified. So if we applied the wave energy rules today, there would be certain standards that would apply to the action. If you go to the next slide, I'll show you, Bob. Oh, excuse me, yeah. Oh wait, we missed. Go down one. Find, no, are we missing? No. We're missing the slide. Go up one. There we go. Oh, stop. Okay. So remember, class 1, 2, 3, 4. These are in black and white in part 5 of the territorial sea plan. A class 1 view shed, you look at the objective of the class is to preserve the existing character of the seascape, provides for natural ecological changes, but does not include very limited development activity. The level of change must be very low and may not attract attention. It's pretty strict standard. A class 2, by contrast, it retains the existing character of the seascape. The level of change must be low instead of very low, where it may attract minimal attention, but may not dominate the view of the casual observer. So you can see there's an interpretation happening between those two. Now, if you will go to the next, please. And then you saw this, now one more. Within our office, we have some very talented GIS people. We are not experts on all of the different ways. I'm gonna actually, should run this by you, Dean, at some point, so I know that you have a profession in this. But as a conversational exercise, this is not a formal state analysis at all, but just showing what could happen if we said, let's take those same high value viewpoints, and instead of looking at something 9 feet tall, we looked at something the height of a hub of a wind turbine. And so depending on the size of turbine that you're talking about, the hub height is different. And so you can see that those same view sheds or those same visual places, a class 1 view shed would now extend for the largest turbines to cover the entirety of those wind energy areas that were last year. And so you would get an upgrade from that class 2 view shed to a class 1, which is very low effect, may not attract attention. And we tried to account for curvature of the earth, the elevation of the individual viewpoints, but if there was like a headland in the way, we didn't cache that. And this would need additional vetting before we would make it formal. This is conversation. Next, please. Part 5 has contrast criteria that can kind of moderate shall not attract attention. You can take into consideration light conditions, relative size and scale, length of time the project is in view. So there are some qualifying criteria in there that would be assessed by a joint agency review team that looks at the specifics of the project and then makes a call. Next, please. What I want to show you here, you can find online on the Bowen website. They contracted some visual effect simulations where they simulated what would happen if the 2 wind energy areas were fully developed. I picked one of the points, Balditch Point, and it will be looking out at the Coos Bay. In this photograph, there are wind turbines under their simulation. I don't know if you can see them. If you advance to the next slide, there they are. You can just see them poking over the horizon. Is this attracting attention or not? I don't know. If you look at it at sunset, it might make a difference. There are also time-lapse videos on the website if you're interested. It's really, I find it very interesting. And let's go to the next slide. And that's at night. Does that attract attention?
If you dim the lights in the room, you'll be able to see them. Lights on the dark surface.
Yeah, you can see some red dots. This is all from the Bowen simulations. Those are for aircraft safety. There are some adaptive lighting technologies, but there's still some question as to whether it would be a standard for a project like this that could reduce that. Sorry, I'm moving around a lot. I don't think I have another slide. Yeah. So there's the short version of the dilemma. If we were to consider the policies that we have in the context of offshore wind and those criteria, how would we interpret them? And what does that mean when you saw the size of those pink and blue circles? What does that mean for our offshore wind roadmap, for spatial planning, and what gaps and dilemmas do you see in that?
Yeah, so Jeff, can you give us some examples, kind of, Trevor, even going back to the GIS exercise that DLCD did? What are some potential, what would be some example gaps? Like, as I'm looking at this, there might not be any gaps in the protective side of view sheds, but there may be a gap in, is there any room to put turbines in the, from existing policy? Like, what would some examples be as you look at this that folks can kind of start thinking about over lunch and that we talk about after lunch?
I think that's a good way to put it, that are there gaps in how we balance the benefits that we might want to see from energy and how we would interpret these criteria? Are there additional balancing criteria that we should be considering? There's also the question of these red dots that we see, are there any that would be considered, or are there additional ones? Again, bringing back this question of sacred views to tribes and whether that's an additional type of consideration, whether there should be criteria that apply differently in that case or not. There are a lot of questions around that, but it's kind of this is what is, and what do we do with it?
Just want to point out, they.
Hold on, just like
Enjoy lunch.
Just want to point out for Coos Bay, it's 30 miles out, whereas Brookings is 18 miles. And so that does change it, but the overall impression is very, very similar.
So I think coming back after lunch, the prompts we're gonna ask about this issue around view sheds are the same prompts we're gonna ask you about workforce and labor standards, other environmental protections, community benefits, affordable housing, which is where do we have policy gaps? And we chose view sheds in particular because we know it's important. It feels straightforward, and you look at this map and the solution is not clear. Right? And so if you can, as we break for lunch, find folks that you haven't had a chance to hang out with, have a great lunch. Feel free to start talking about some of this in the view shed context. So like, how do we navigate these kinds of dilemmas through thinking about policy gaps? I think, Jeff, let's do a full hour. Let's give all the way to 1:30. I think we'll be fine doing that. And so lunch is in the room next door for, yeah, just before we break, Trevor, is there anything in chat or online to pay attention to?
Just a clarifying question about the GIS slide. Can you come back to that here?
Do you mind just asking the question so Jeff knows what it is?
If you consider the distance zones, your class A, meaning your class A viewpoints, or is that just for the special areas which don't account for the distance?
Well, I don't understand the question, I'm sorry to say, so. Maybe we can ask for some additional clarification and work that during lunch. Okay.
Laurel, do you just want to come off mute and just ask your question of Jeff?
Well, if we're going to be talking about this after lunch, I can just bring it up after lunch. And it sounds like Andy answered the question that they didn't consider that in the mapping number exercise, but that is the way it was laid out in the territorial sea plan. So I think it just warrants additional consideration.
Do you have any reaction to that? Or Andy?
I want to know more about what the effect of that would be on this kind of top level analysis and whether that changes the nature of the dilemma people should be talking about or not.
We're gonna talk about it after lunch, right? Is that? Not now. Sorry, I can't hear very well.
Yeah, let's do it after lunch.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Yeah, is there anything else on chat? All right, gang, let's take an hour break. Thank you very much, folks online. We'll reconvene at 1:30. Again, find someone you don't know very well and have lunch. Chat about this stuff.
Color. I plug this in here, charge it. Yeah.
Hey, everybody, just a heads up, we'll get started here in about 5 minutes. All right, everybody, let's come back together. Mandy and Turner, are you with us? Just kind of doing a post-lunch audio check and seeing how we're doing.
Yep, I'm here.
All right, hey Mandy, we're not quite ready to start the recording yet. Folks are just kind of getting resettled. How does the audio sound to you after lunch?
Sounds good to me.
All right, cool.
Yep, I'm here. It sounds good.
Okay, thanks, Turner, appreciate it. Okay, everyone get their coffee, get their tea. Hopefully you got a chance to stretch a little bit, have a good conversation, think a little bit about the view shed conversation that Jeff helped queue up for us. So I'm gonna pass the mic to Sophia to kind of introduce this next stage of conversation.
Thank you, Bobby. So now we're going to open the conversation to have about the visual effects. And for that, we have what Jeff presented to us, all the information that were on the slides. And also we have that copy that was available for you with a table of the effects that we have been reflecting on and synthesizing from all the feedback that we have been gathering from all of you through the surveys. So that is the material that we will have to work on our conversations. We have some questions that will guide our conversation as well, but we want to keep the conversation open. So we won't go into the smaller groups, but just as a big group, we will have around 20 minutes to have this conversation on the visual effects, reflecting on what Jeff presented to us and also the printed copy that we have. And then after that, we will have some more questions or we will figure it out what will be next after that conversation. So right now will be that exercise that among all of us, we are gonna have in the next 20 minutes, the conversation about the visual effects. And we have some questions that we will show on the screen as well for the people that are joining us on over Zoom. And what else? Materials, we have flip charts. We have sticky notes in each one of the tables. So if you have a question or an idea, you can write them down as well, so we will collect those. If we need markers or pens, let us know, so I can go table by table for providing those to you. And what else am I missing, Lily?
No, that's it.
All
We're
right.
gonna pull up the prompts here in just a second. We'll just do it as a big open conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Sophia. So the prompts, are there any policy gaps that Jeff didn't identify relative to view sheds? Specific risks and uncertainties, or just general principles? We can just start and open this up. And Dean, I saw your hands. I'll give you the mic here in a second. Feel free to just vocalize what's on your mind. And if you want to write it down on that Post-it, go ahead and write it down. And like Sophia talked about, we'll collect those.
Okay, thanks. So I'm Dean Apostle, and I'm a landscape architect who has worked in visual resources, including on offshore wind projects on the East Coast. I've got probably, I could do an hour worth of observations at least, but I'm not gonna do that to you. Just a couple things that address the prompts. Policy gaps. Oregon has territorial sea policies that were discussed earlier. They have visual impact standards in them. If they're followed to the letter, they would pretty much preclude offshore wind turbines within, let's say, about 25 miles of the shore. And the reason for that is because they set a very strict standard of what we call in visual resource community, we call retention. And retention means that you really don't notice the impact. You have to get out to about 25 miles or beyond to get to the point where you're not going to notice wind turbines that are the size of, the Empire State Building. So, that's just visually, that's just the way it works. The other thing I'll point out is just for everybody in here,
as you're moving forward with your thinking on offshore wind, and to the extent that you think about visual impacts, we're heavily reliant on visual simulations. BOEM has some simulations up on its website. They've got some instructions for viewing those simulations. If you do view the simulations, good luck with the instructions. But I'll tell you, they're hard for me to follow, and I'm an expert in this field. But what I can tell you is that simulations are very imperfect. They're like the tool that we rely on more than any other to determine visual impacts. But as a colleague of mine once put it, they do a good job of simulating the impact to a photograph as opposed to the real place. When you stand on a bluff and you're looking out on the ocean, your visual acuity is much better than the camera's, and your head is on a swivel, and you could be there any time of day, but the simulation was likely done at a specific time of day, a specific time of year. So we rely on these simulations, but they're only giving us really just a fragment of what we really need to know. And so for those of us who are experts, we can look beyond the simulations and kind of intuit other things that aren't necessarily in the photograph. But for lay people who aren't used to doing this, you know, it's kind of the picture's worth 1,000 words, and they see the picture and then, you know, that's it. And also, like when you're in a room like this and like you have a projection on screen, you're saying, well, here's what winters look like. Well, how far are we from the screen? Are the lights on or off in the room? Are our eyes adjusted to the lights, the lighting situation? All those, you have to be very careful with all of that so that you don't mislead the simulations, not even intentionally misleading, just unintentionally misleading. That's enough for me for now. I could go on, and I don't want to.
Well, I mean, we could probably listen to you for a lot. There's a lot of nodding heads.
But you don't want to.
Yeah, well, and I think just as a reminder on some of this is we're thinking about what the gaps are. What does that mean for policy, right? It's like there's policy that DLCD and the state can ask for different kinds of information. So what beyond simulations does the state want to see for information on visual effects? You know, what? Okay, you do want to know.
Yeah, I wanted just to add quickly.
Okay, and well, and I think then the other thing too, as we're sharing ideas like this and folks are hearing what Dean's offering on visual resources, if you agree or don't agree, that's fine, feel free to offer that. And then also ask questions like, well, what about this? Tell me a little bit more about this, how would this fit in? So feel free to ask each other questions as well.
Yeah, so this is something I've talked before with a few of you about, but it's having worked on a couple of the offshore wind projects on the East Coast, a lot of the work on visual resources really has to be done before the lease is implemented. If once the lease is let, there's very little that can be done to mitigate, avoid, minimize the impact that's going to be there. It's going to happen, and the reason is because the developer pretty much has to populate that lease area with wind turbines, as many as the developer can get in there to pay for this project and pay for all the studies that they have to do, all that, you know, the cables and all the different things. And so it puts a big burden on the state, I think, to do a lot of pre-thinking about this and pre-planning, so that when we message back to BOEM about where offshore wind ought to be and ought not to be, it's well thought out in advance, because once it's leased, there's not much you can do about it, really, other than say no, which is, you know, that's kind of unfair, right? Because somebody's spending a ton of money to move this project along, and Oregon has said, well, we want renewable energy, we want offshore wind. And then we're saying no, because, well, you're gonna have visual impact. Well, that was, you could have anticipated that. That's not that hard to anticipate, so that's the last.
Great, thanks for that, Dean. And the part I also appreciated is, like, if you're looking about where the gap is, you spoke both geographically and then also in the project life cycle. That like even before leasing, this is an important thing. We can anticipate what these effects are. So let's get out ahead of it now to make the room. I'll go to Scott, and then I think Laurel with State Parks Online had something you all wanted to add to. So Scott, you're on to you just a second. And Jeff, I'm gonna give you a mic just in case, I might flip back to you and say, hey, you just heard what Dean said, how does this fit into a policy gap for you? Are you hearing enough that lets you articulate what as a policy gap?
And the question's for the subject matter expert, but how much does the color paint on the side make a difference? If you make it, you know, around here, gray is pretty common in the ocean, gray on gray. So if you had a light gray, how, I mean, is there a number of miles difference that might make in the visibility?
Is this, yeah, okay. Yeah, that does not make much difference. So on the East Coast, turbines were white, they were always white. And then they came up with this kind of light gray. But they need the visual contrast, they need a light colored turbine so that planes don't bang into them and ships don't bang into them on foggy days. And so there are safety needs, the reason turbines have to be light colored, and so a light gray has a very marginal difference to a white. And the more important thing is the direction of lighting, type of lighting. So if the sunlight, morning sunlight is on the turbines, like here we're on the West Coast, so we've, sunrise on the turbines, they're gonna look white, even if you paint them light gray, they're still gonna look very white. When the sun gets around behind them, and the setting sun, they're gonna look very dark. They're gonna look, charcoal gray. So it doesn't matter if you paint them white or you paint them light gray, they're gonna come across looking very dark because the sun is behind, the lighting from behind. So those are more important than paint colors will not help us much to diminish impacts.
Let's go Laurel, and then I see Rick after that. Go ahead, Laurel.
Well, I didn't have a specific comment. I mean, I made one before about the distance zones, and it sounds like those weren't integrated into the initial modeling for this higher height that wasn't considered as part of the territorial sea plan modeling, but we had considered those in the model for wave energy as part of the TSP visual resource modeling. So I just wonder whether that needs to be considered, because it's part of the classification system that's laid out in the territorial sea plan, is that the viewpoints have a system, A, B, or C viewpoints, but then dependent on the distance from that viewpoint, that's how the classification of 1, 2, or 3, or 4 is made. Unless it's a special area and then it's just class 1. So I just wonder if that wasn't considered, how accurate the mapping was, but I mean, that's just an initial look, but maybe we should have a future conversation about that if we're going to go down this path.
Yeah, thanks, Laurel. And Jeff, that might be my question to you is, part of this is the roadmap is not going to do a marine spatial plan or necessarily do a viewshed analysis. It's more of, this is the kind of viewshed analysis that might need to be done. Can you talk a little bit about like where you see that line might be of like what Laurel just offered, what you're hearing now? What do we include in the roadmap versus what do we do after?
Right, yeah, I feel like there's a dilemma of precision and the resources you have to try to get at the question that you're really trying to ask. And I've been hearing it for over a year now, this concept that we did this visual modeling to develop those arcs that are in part 5, but that they were based on wave energy. And so, well, how far can we get at a sketch level in order to get to the question we want, which is that what if, and Dean, to your point, what it could be. Should people take what was on that slide as this is what is? Please do not. And to your point, Bobby, yeah, I don't know that it is within our scope or our resource capabilities for the roadmap to fund a version of that takes those additional pieces into account, that we would say, we're ready to take this to a rulemaking process. That really what I'm asking for or hoping comes out of the conversations here is to grapple with the value questions that rise from a situation like this. To say, and Dean, you put it well at lunch, like if we want offshore wind, we want this new thing. Well, under a traditional way, you say, well, we want this thing, let's make some policies that get us to the thing that we want. And that's one way to think about the roadmap. If we want offshore wind, what are the policies and standards to get us there? And it's kind of a positivist view of, hey, let's go there. But at the same time, we have some existing policies of things that we previously decided that we want. And those two are coming into contact with one another. And I think that a question that the roadmap has to grapple with is, how do we integrate these values that have to coexist?
Great.
Yeah, appreciate this discussion, and I'm not sure if this was entirely a gap, but I think I just want to emphasize, it was brought up the importance or the consideration of culturally significant view sheds to the tribe. And I think that's something that shouldn't be lost. I don't know if the tribe would agree that every one of those red dots, is important. So if there's reconsideration, I think that definitely needs to be a factor. And it's something the tribe very, very early on with BOEM, asked for some, pretty significant discussions on and development of mitigation measures. Is there a zone where, there should be height or, scale of development restrictions, and beyond which, it's fine. The other word of caution that we have heard from folks who do this kind of modeling that BOEM did is that what they did was not sufficient, and would not actually capture the real visual impacts. So I'm sure we could have a debate in the room about that, but we remain skeptical based on what we've heard, that what BOEM did is accurate to what the visual impacts would be. And then I guess the last point is, it's, particularly for tribes, there are places that are sacred. Some of those are high, mountaintops and high elevation. So I think it's important to consider those kinds of visual impacts as we move forward. So, and then just a practical standpoint, and we all know this, looking at the ocean is sometimes the only undisturbed landscape, or I guess earthscape that you can see. If you're on the beach and you turn around, in many places you see development, you see clear cuts, and the Oregon coast, it draws people, tribal members. There's creation stories associated with the ocean, and it's that undisturbed landscape and our seascape that makes those areas so important. So we definitely can't lose the importance to many of the Oregon coastal tribes of some of these places.
Thanks, Rick. Mike, and then Ramses, and then also I do want to 52. So this is about the length of our World Cafe rotation. Just as an FYI. And so I'm just think about whether this is feeling like, oh, we're just getting warmed up. Feels like that to me. But we'll check in on that here in just a second.
One of the,
Yes, this Ray piece, with Blue Alliance, and pronouns, appreciate the discussion so far. I think it'd be really helpful for me to be a constructive partner in this conversation to understand, I think, better understand both the letter of the rule as well as the spirit of the rule, the genesis here of, the importance of protecting view sheds as well as the distinction for culturally significant view sheds. Like, I think I would love like a deeper dive on those two things to be just, I think, constructive participant here. But as someone like coming into this discussion, I too, value the importance of view sheds and undisturbed conservation or of our landscapes. That's not all developed, but obviously being here on the coast and just having to kind of get past buildings and to be able to look at the view shed, you have to be at the coast. But one of the things like I think I value here of the coast too is, I do expect to see lighthouses. I do expect to see trawlers. I don't see like trawling ships as disturbing my view shed. So this goes back to my point of like, what is the letter of the rule as well as the spirit of the rule? Because we do have structures out there. We do have things that are out there. But I don't think we would say, oh yeah, trawler ship is clearly impacting the view shed. It's what we would expect in the coast. And I think this would be like the thing we think it's kind of almost an intergenerational aspect here. It's what we would expect here in this generation would have been different, maybe separate generation ago. Moving forward, I think to me the question is sort of like, what is our expectation of the protection of view sheds for future generations? And so I think there's an element there that I'm kind of like listening to, where that's where I think the deeper dive of both items, that helps me be more of a constructive participant with folks who I might not understand fully, have been immersed in this topic, but want to be sort of a better collaborative partner. So, yeah.
Marcus, I want to try one thing and then see what you think, but because Cynthia kind of set up this concept of a policy gap, maybe areas that need to be tightened or areas that need to be loosened. Jeff, you brought up this idea of values, like what values are we trying to protect? And there's different kinds of uses, values evolve over time. Dean, I feel like you articulated like, if we played out the letter of our existing policies, it does mean there's visual impacts within 25 miles. Yeah, I thought I heard you say that. So Rampy's, what I was hearing you say too is, well, sure, that's a lot of land. Yeah. And so do we need to update what our values are, what the next generation looks like? And I heard from Rick, there may be some spots where we actually do need to tighten it down for those cultural and sacred view sheds and areas that may be less important on those kind of red dots. So I was hearing on all of that, both if you interpret the letter of the policy, this is what that means. If you interpret the spirit of that, this is what we're after, and then folks starting to play with the evolution values too. Does that help? And then so deeper dive on any one of these issues, we could get much more precise and we wore you out just with a high level small thing too. So I think we're just going to need to choose where we do some of those deep dives. And Jeff, you've been asking for some of that, and this was one of them. Yeah. Mike?
One of the things that has rankled me as a participant in this is that this thing is focused on a single type of technology to generate energy through the use of the ocean. And it's significant to me that we picked this topic as our first deep dive, because there are some policies in place about visual impacts. But it's also significant to note that those policies were developed with the notion of wave energy technology in mind. Today, when you reviewed those broader policies, they were not technology specific. Some of those goal 19 things were very global in nature. And I found some measure of satisfaction in that, particularly because I've felt so constrained in having to focus my thinking on this single type of technology that's just recently emerged, and may pass, before we know it. So thinking of, if we're now being forced to just focus on visual issues, what about a policy? It's pretty clear that more visual, Oregon isn't interested in having more visual impacts. It's interested in having as few visual impacts as possible. Might it be possible to develop some sort of a policy that says that it's the position of the state of Oregon to prioritize use of the ocean that's for the purpose of generating power, that would prioritize sources that have little or no impact over those that have greater impact?
Can I question that? If I was in a position of only being presented with one project to review, how do I prioritize it over another if there's nothing to compare it to in the moment?
Well, I'm just throwing it out as an idea, as territory to wrestle around with.
Yeah.
That I can certainly see that roadblock, that people throw one technology after the other. But Oregon could still have it as a policy position to say, we don't like visual impacts, and less is better in this consideration, and none is preferred. And that's where you have heard me in previous meetings say, hey, wave energy isn't going to kill birds. It's not, there's no propellers to grind up things. You can use this ocean to generate the power and meet these goals, but there's different technologies that could be used. And my frustration here is that we're still focused on wind. And if we had a little bit more time to think about this now, because we've got some breathing space, I would encourage that to include that discussion to say, are we still only talking about wind? Or can this roadmap group talk about use of the ocean for energy more globally, to encompass policies that might address other forms of tidal current energy, for example, those things. But just taking this sectoral, this technology approach, I think is already demonstrated that it creates shortcomings in policy.
Yeah, I heard there kind of a gap thinking about, policy that's not just specific to a particular technology. We heard about battery storage or other kind of facilities earlier, right? Part of the land use system and its overall goals were somewhat constitutional. That's why they've lasted for 50 years. And the vagueness within it is why people get so angry at them every year, right? It's a constant struggle I see from land use planners on figuring out how to interpret what those mean and how to deal with that. So yeah, thank you. I think we've got two folks online, and then Ramsey, did you have your hand up again?
I guess I have a clarifying question, which is, this goes to something that.
Hold on just a second, let me get you my post in here. And I do want to go on.
I guess I have a clarifying question. I don't know if Jack can answer that Mike's point kind of brought up to me, which is, can you talk about view sheds and limitations for offshore wind that's different from other forms of technology? Like, is that a form of sort of what we call like discriminatory or borderline discriminatory or different, like, don't you have to like kind of treat all different forms of technology or uses in the ocean once you're starting to put an application here for view sheds? Like, I guess I'm curious, like, what constitutes here once you're trying to incorporate a new enforceable policy that's not discriminatory practice? And I think what comes to mind is, your conversation here in the past, like, if we apply our labor provision for one technology but not all technologies, that seems to be a form of discrimination based on NOAA. But here we're talking about kind of wrestling with this dynamic. Do you apply something that promotes an attribute that's beneficial or preferable for wave technology that sort of circumvents when, like, it just seems like we're.
I'm thinking on the fly here, but I'm recalling a conversation that I had with a person at NOAA about a similar question where he said it all comes down to the effects. And I'll say one thing I heard different about what Mike was talking about is we prefer the effect to be this than that, which is different from saying we prefer this technology over that because of its relative effects. But if you keep it focused on the effects, that's really what, at least in the context of coastal zone management, getting back to Bobby's point, there are a lot of different ways that the state could have standards, but it's just like how we apply those in federal waters. This is our best hook. That keeping focused on the effects is your cleanest way.
Probably up to you, but let's do our two online here. I'll get you a microphone.
Yeah, Nicole, I wanted to give you a shot to hop on the mic and give your thoughts that you're putting on in chat. I think they're useful. But real quick to kind of bounce back to what Dean was talking about in terms of the visual stimulation. We had a quick note from Sabra talking about maybe developing a VR simulation with more precise view sheds. Could be part of a public engagement / town hall meeting. Would have many conditions, night, day, sunset, etc. So maybe developing some type of VR simulation.
I'll just say, apparently they did that in Maine a couple of years ago. I just learned about it a week or two ago. I've got a VR set at home and can I get that software? If I have time, longer process, we'll see.
And then from Caitlin, she mentions there's always an impact trade-off. If you apply that argument to any other resource impact, wave energy would reduce visual impacts, but perhaps increase impacts to another equally valid resource, speaking to the trade-offs. And then Nicole, if you can hear me, did you want to take the time to hop on and share some of your thoughts? Nicole was speaking to, it sounds like there's a gap in the policy. A gap in the policy would be a general update to Oregon's visual policy to specifically address wind turbines. Another note, the Federal Aviation Administration decides what color the turbines are. And that's all.
Great, thanks, Trevor. Jeff, one of the other things that's just been reminded in listening to this is whatever that policy is on managing trade-offs and conflicting uses. This has been coming too, right? This is preferred over this kinds of decision criteria. Like how does that happen? All right, Natalia and then Dean, and then I think if folks are feeling like they've been heard on this one, I think I'm gonna close this one off for now. And then open it up for kind of World Cafe so we can have these kinds of conversations on a number of the other effects and categories.
Thanks. I want to get back on this, focusing only on offshore wind, that Jeff you mentioned. Jeff, maybe it would be a really good point, particularly we have extension right now, to bring this all renewable energy questions to the energy strategy development working groups. Because now they have different working groups that discuss and they recognize that there is a gap in their model results. So they also develop what policies should we do in the future, how should we address those gaps, and maybe we can bring that it should be covered in the future by different models or some kind, this result could be incorporated in other models like primes and gains models that already can propose decision making and they're internationally recognized. European Union use a lot, and it's also models from Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC. So because they don't have answer for that right now, so this is good point to bring that they may consider in the future. And this is also, if you look on the table, DSL proposed maybe in the future to amend Statute 273, general lands in general, to add actually renewable energy facility structure section there. so that we can address all renewable energy devices or whatever technology would be developed in the future. And we can do separate lawmaking after that. Because we have mineral resources there, we have all the stuff, so if we're talking about renewable energy now, it should be some kind, not just on land, but also in the state water. Which is my point, thanks.
Nadine?
Thanks. So I was looking up at the prompts again, the second question. Are there specific risks or uncertainties that require clear guidelines? It's okay to address that, right? I came up with a couple off the top of my head to prepare for bone leasing. So I'm really specifically thinking about things you would want to know prior to engaging or prior to informing BOEM about where you think areas should be maybe approached with caution. So first one is visibility conditions on the Oregon coast. This is a big one. I had a phone conversation the other day with the head landscape architect at BOEM, and we talked about this. And we really, even on the East Coast, it's a lot easier to deal with in a way than Oregon's coast. We didn't know the visibility conditions, and when we looked at data, the best thing we come up with is local airports. And local airports only give you visibility conditions out to 10 miles. And we're talking about turbines that are going to be placed, 15, 20, 25 miles away. So the question is, how often can we even see them if they're 20 miles away? What's the visibility condition? I mean, this morning, I looked out my window, you couldn't have seen turbines today. Most days in Oregon probably are like that. But we just don't know. So if there was some kind of way to set up some monitoring stations, that were maybe camera recorders at key points along the coast that were photographing in a way that could measure visibility distance, that would be really nice to know, so that we would better understand what the impacts may be at different distance zones. Second is what Rick was talking about with the tribal viewsheds, or viewsheds that are important to tribal members. Probably we need to go back, the territorial sea plan, you did all those viewpoints along the coast. We probably need to recalibrate the importance of viewpoints and include the tribal viewpoints if they're willing to share, the information about where those are. Third one is what I call public perception. We really don't know what Oregonians really think about having turbines off the coast of Oregon. We just don't know. And there are ways to find that out. There are ways to do surveys showing people pictures of the coast with turbines in it, possibly using the BOEM examples that we already have, since that work's already been done. But finding ways to ask people, what their perceptions are. How much would having turbines 15 miles offshore from a given area, Lincoln City, Cascade Head, Cape Lookout, how much would it diminish their enjoyment of that place? And or if at all. And another one is economic issues. I have a room with a view of the ocean. Would I pay less for a room with a view of turbines in the ocean? That's really important, I think, to Oregon coastal tourism. And I think it's a question that probably should be addressed. There's a paper, I don't know if I sent it to you or not, Jeff, but I will. There's a recent paper that was sent to me by my colleague at BOEM, where they did a study like that on the East Coast. It has some pretty good information, but we probably should do something similar here. And the last one is effects on people. And by effects on people, what I mean is people might like it or not like it, or they might like it less or not like it more. But what does it do to them? There's a lot of work dating back to the 1980s on physiology, physiological effects on, so there was a hospital in Texas. There was a famous study was done by this guy Ulrich, and there was 2 wings of this hospital where they had patients after they had a certain procedure, and the wing of one hospital faced a brick wall, and the wing of this other hospital faced a garden. And the people that were facing the garden healed faster and were discharged from the hospital faster than the people that were facing the brick wall. And that led to a lot of work on healing gardens. You've probably heard that along the way. But there are physiological creativity, there's a number of effects to people. And so when we're thinking about visual impacts, we need to get beyond thinking about just, I like it, I don't like it. Or I like it this much, I don't like it this much. And begin to think more about, the Oregon Coast is a great resource, not just for Oregonians, but for people around the world. And they come here to get recharged, to recharge their batteries. And the views are what recharge them to a great extent. I mean, really good fish and chips also recharges, I would say. And I highly recommend the Bush Sea, by the way. But anyway, so anyway, that's my last point is that there's more to it than just like it don't like. It'd be nice to flesh some of that out in the time we have before foam changes again.
Yeah, Jeff, I'm wondering if, not just for view shed, but for some of these, the kind of the lenses by which we evaluate criteria and standards, like what does it do for public health? What does it do for economic development? What does it do for kind of the natural environment, spirit, you know? Are there some of these lenses that kind of, particularly that are cross-cutting? I do want to close this out. Joe, do you want final word on this one? And then I want to move on.
Yeah, I don't know if you can final word.
It's gonna be final word.
Okay.
Unless somebody else desperately wants to read.
I was just wondering, for view shed analysis, you see the static models that BOEM has of just, here's where the turbines are, here's what they look like for different vantage points, but what about the boat traffic that would be increased and the lighting, like not just from the towers, but from boats and all that traffic? Is that should be part of the assessment as well? It shouldn't just be the static, here's where these turbines are.
So you're talking about boats that are building the.
Yeah, I don't know how much traffic there will be. I mean, I'm assuming there will be a lot during the building of it, but then there'll be maintenance for years afterwards, and crews going in and out. There'll be a fair amount of boat traffic. I don't know the extent of it, but it seems like that should be part of the model of view shed.
It hasn't been up till now. Let's just put it that way. I don't know anybody that's done that on the East Coast.
All right, y'all, that was a great conversation. Thank you. Dean, also thank you for just bringing some of your subject matter expertise in this. It's really nice to have in the room. I want to try and do this for the rest of that effects table. And so Sophia, can I hand it to you to kind of give instructions on kind of the World Cafe style? And just as a reminder, we've got this room and then the room across the way, which I'm going to hand you to Mike, Sophia, and I will remember the name by the time here.
Thank you, Bobby. So we will have for 20 minutes each rotations. Each one will be in the reminded list of the texts that we have. And you're welcome to stop by in each one of them for the 20 minutes and change to the other one. You can take a break as well. The materials that we have are more or less the same that we have for this conversation. So the table that you have, sticky notes, big charts, markets. But we will be here in this room and across the whole the other room, so we can have enough space so we can have the conversation. Each one of the tables will have a moderator that will try to keep us moving the conversation forward and also remind us the key questions that we need to focus on our conversations. And also, we at the end, probably when we are coming back here and report to the full group, we will ask for one person that would like to share out to the full group. What else? Bobby? Is that room ready for us to go?
Yeah, it's Tatuni, and then I would suggest that Jeff and Lisa, as our moderators, we send you to Tatuni. And then Brett and Quay can stay here.
For the people over Zoom, we will do the same over Zoom. So we will have those breakout rooms set up for us, and you will have a moderator for each one of the 4 different topics, and we will have open the conversation for 20 minutes, and then you can go into each one of the breakout rooms depending on the topic that you would like to join and have the conversation about.
The prompts are exactly the same that we just did for visual effects. So what are the gaps geographically in time and development? What are some of the values we're after? And again, a gap is someplace where we need to tighten, someplace where we need to loosen, someplace where we just need more. So just for the topics, Jeff is working on part 5 of the territorial sea plan. So he's kind of specifically looking at that policy. Lisa is looking at community, labor, and economic development effects. Hui is looking at cultural and archaeological resources. And Brett is looking at environmental and energy effects. Okay, and just as a reminder, you can spend all 4 rotations in one spot. Like, so labor guys, if you just want to go at labor all day long, no problem, don't move. But if you're curious about environment, I'd encourage you to rotate, but it's your call. Okay, all right, you all ready? Lisa and Jeff will give you a head start, and then this is just choose your own adventure. If you're seeing like 50 people hanging out with Lisa, maybe choose a different station to start with, but Lisa's that great, it's okay if you all want to do that. Folks online, follow Trevor's instructions and Sophia's instructions, it's gonna be exactly the same. We're running in parallel, so just folks online, folks in the room, same topics, same strategy rotation, we just have 4 moderators online, 4 here in the room. Which topic are you interested in, Jenny? Which topic are you interested in?
Environment.
Environment, Brett, where you at?
Right.
Oh, Brett. Labor's with Lisa across the way to Tony.
I want to do environment.
Who wants to do environment? Alright, that way. Okay. And again, everyone, there's an opportunity to hit every conversation, so. All together with Lisa. Yeah, and then Jeff is territorial sea plan part 5, which is just a bit of everything. Okay. Yes. And our moderators are taking notes. You should all have a Google Sheet. Please take really good notes. We're relying on you. All right. Trevor, Sophia, you guys good?
But just about these, and then we're focusing on the times that are.
So you're in the broadcast thing, guys? I'm a host. These guys haven't joined.
Yeah, I would say you're in the main room.
Yeah.
You can stay in the main room, and they're able to hop in. They're just not. So
Yeah, I was just gonna broadcast to them.
yeah, if you just put it in chat.
Okay.
If you do chat, it'll just talk to these folks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So that's all kind of like laws. I'm gonna say mountain. I mean, recreation. That's what I'm trying to figure out with my dad.
One of her things, something like what they do is,
But it's also other cultures.
Well, we need.
Does anybody see a breakout group joining button?
Nope.
Laurel, if you need to, is there a specific room that you want to join? Because I see it on my side, but I guess it's not showing on everybody's side.
It showed up before, so maybe it's somebody has to like make it happen again.
Give us just
Did that work? I just opened them again. Did that work?
How do we get in the breakout rooms?
Which one would you like to go into?
The labor one, please.
You're fine. Other people are going to join you. I said it's telling you that.
Is there going to be a chance to get back here too, right?
Yeah, we can do some more rotations. So people will rotate it. About like two of the long spin and not move it. You guys
I didn't hear you at all.
Yes. Yeah. On its way out to the ocean. And then took 3 years just to get on the for so yeah, it's very difficult to get things done. I know that's
But it's a historically significant.
So, you know, but we're like, but it is kind of high, like, you weren't gonna do it right, but it's like, if the policy is. Put it this way, so the developers think definitely big responsibility, you know what I mean? So it's a solution. You know, it doesn't have. Makes sense given how it's done jurisdiction. Who's responsible for enforcing, who's responsible for making sure that the developers do what we have to do. This federal water, the right to value and the fact, yeah. But I wanted to say also which is the same catastrophic failure, but right, and so they had to have right, that they are now we have geographic stages, we're working on it further extension. Part of this is public area, but it's better than we don't think we would have. I guess I'm suggesting that if we had a policy like sexually mortified, which they will bring us up, but right now it's not authorized. That's funny, they do everything else at a point, it's like they don't. But what about this always reactive about this? It seems like, yeah, is, I don't know how it but it could be fun. Yeah, typically, I want to disclose these parts of all of your partial thinking, you know. So I think that's the, yeah.
When you say already, oh, that's the time of the head. Yeah. I mean, it makes nice ones.
I came from the good. I was saying that part 5 might be. Yeah, I totally agree.
You say we need some more money, but that's the sites that are just places for business. And then how do we evaluate how, like, because it might only be 40 to 30% of the population. Do that for every part of the if it's more than 10 people, should it be and I guess it's hard to all means.
But I don't know if actually. I don't know whether that would that have triggered a state event or. Well, that's it's like I have to get my team around but like there's some of what has been said, especially about the fire response of the well, some of this that we as very like it's like that's where it's like I'm in my previous like career like job or like situations or like work on paper and get word on the side. I know I just don't know how much that is. It's a great point. It's a great point. So for them, it's just it's where this didn't get made and then it's not there's no like there's no research back to make sure that it gets done properly. Okay, there's like really neat policy because I don't want to stay to have so it's something that to make sure that things are but then there's no else. Once there's implementation, we have to remind questions. So we're not going to go the policy, you know, no, it's not. Well, I think there are the PSLs capable. That has reporting requirements. But that's been two videos. I'm thinking that's right. It's meant for both. I say that's yeah.
Right, there's a line between that sort of
I think the recommend should have a recommendation that we develop a policy. And then, you know, for the time being for this work, that we're trying to accomplish under this group and for this period of time, you know, I would love to see, you know, more than just on my mind. For
really have.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sure. So it's not stipulated on that. Which portion of their authorization? But I think expectation that all the documentation must develop. So that's my. Yeah, I don't know. That was 2 years. It was 2 years. Well, that's a policy call. I don't. I really have to say, it's now to ask our conversations.
Or have already bought for resources over months and so on. So
I don't know. I think the good thing though is getting in. So it's, you know, not just to do right. It's gonna have like all these things and all these policies.
All right, everybody, let's rotate again. Mandy, can you hear me? And Turner, can you hear me in the room now? Yeah, you can. Okay,
Yep,
good.
I can hear you.
Huh, so weird that that didn't work last time. So we'll go ahead and do another rotation here. But as folks come back, if they need to take a break in between, they could use this 20 minutes for a break or something too. How's it going for you, Turner?
Good, good. Had four of us total, 3 folks the first time, and then one person the last time, but it's all been good. Got some good input.
Right on, that's great. Okay. Trevor, are you gonna reopen the rooms here? So Trevor I'll start the rooms here in just a second. Looks like they're open, so we'll just go back and do another 20-minute rotation. If you need to take a stretch this rotation, that's totally fine. No problem. All right, everybody, welcome back. Good folks online, just a quick second to come back into the room. Mandy, can you hear me okay? Heather, can you hear me?
You're loud and clear, Bobby.
Oh, thanks, Nick. Appreciate it. All right. Yeah, so I was checking in with folks online and also here in the room. We were gonna do 4 rotations, but I feel like there were some folks who stayed with the same topic for a while. Some folks rotated and want to. I think we've gotten the feedback that folks wanted to give. So I'm gonna give folks a 15-minute break. And so we're gonna be back here at 3:45. And we'll do report outs. So Turner, before I do that, is there anything that's going through your mind that I should be aware of? You're on mute.
No, I finally got some visitors on the last round there, so I wasn't lonely.
Perfect. All right, let's take 15 minutes. And if you're a moderator, just keep sure get your notes organized. If you didn't pick someone to kind of do a report out from that last rotation, you might. Otherwise, get your own notes organized and we'll do that when we come back to 3:45. All right, scene 15.
Great. All right.
And just FYI in the room, potato chips are homemade, and then the onion dip is house made here as well. Is it as good as advertised? Okay. Yeah.
Okay,
so-
that was completely uncalled for, Bobby.
Yeah, and for just to rub it in even farther for folks online, like we have plenty of leftovers too. Like we could have fed your entire family for a weekend. You should definitely next time.
Well, how soon are you getting back here?
That's true. Friday afternoon, I'll bring it into the office.
Okay.
All right. See you in 15.
All right.
Everybody, welcome back. I have two very, very important questions, well, maybe three. But I stopped picking on the folks online with how good the cookies were too.
So good.
Oh, yeah.
I'm telling you.
Sorry, we really do try and be equitable with our hybrid meetings, but when we get late today, we get punched in. Well, okay, so then the second important question is, it seemed like there was about 15 or so folks who were interested in group dinners tonight. We'll do it in the how Bobby organizes the parties, just make sure that there's room for people and then we figure it out. Alright, so does anybody have any suggestions for a Lincoln City restaurant, or Clay, did you already hear? What are the three restaurants?
Which is. One is the Old Shiloh Inn, which is, I don't know if it's still the name of it, but it's walking distance, it's part of the casino. So, so that one's, I guess, down, but good view of the ocean. Second one is Fathoms, which is the restaurant, associated with the Inn at Spanish Head, which is southern of town, but also great views of the ocean. And then the third one is actually at the outlet mall. It's a pub called, or brewery, whatever it is, Gilgamesh. I guess the good thing about that place is good food and also not very many people because it's kind of recently opened. So anyway, so that's the three options I've been given.
For folks interested in a show of hands for Gilgamesh.
Possibly offer another.
Yeah, we can offer another edition. Show of hands for In It Spanish Head. Show of hands for Shiloh, Old Shiloh. You guys, and Kevin, what else you got?
Okay, I used to live right in the area.
Microphone so people can hear?
Hey everyone, so I'm just throwing this out there, there is this incredible place called Roundtable here in town. I mean, if we can get, I'm just offering, if you like, great Chicago style pizza, if you like, your European, Italian type dishes and stuff like that, but it's not that big. That's the great, but I think we could call them, that's one, I'm just throwing that out, so if anyone's interested in that.
It's all right. It's so I'm gonna do executive decision here. First call Hearth and Table, second call Old Shiloh, and that's walking. Hearth and Table will organize carpools. So Trevor, are you able to step out and call Hearth and Table? All right, and then Old Shiloh in. Okay, we'll check on that. Thanks. Third question, and for folks online, this one is for you too. Just checking in with folks on kind of how that last exercise went. Sound like if there was engagement, went pretty good. And how's your energy tank? I'm hearing it's like this, pretty low.
The cookies help.
And the cookies help, okay. Cause one of the things I was proposing with Jeff, because we've got the time tomorrow. But want to be respectful of folks who are only gonna be here today. One of our proposals would be, we do report out some reflections on the day. And cut it at like 4:30-ish or so, and that gives us an hour before dinner to reset and then we'll pick up engagement tomorrow. First thing, because one of the things we worry about is if we're all tired and talking about engagement, that's not very good. Does that sound okay? Anybody have a problem with picking that up first thing tomorrow? Anybody online? Does that work for you all online? Joshua, how's that feeling? Caitlin?
Sorry, could you repeat it? I got distracted.
No, you're okay. It's the first time I've started calling people out. I was asking about cutting us off early today, and saving the engagement principles and policy around engagement for first thing tomorrow, and folks are a little fresher.
That sounds good to me. I feel like a lot of folks are, myself included, are at saturation maybe for today.
Holy smokes, there's a lot of thumbs up on that. Karina, did you want to say something?
No, no, I mean, I was just saying, yes, I'm pretty much at saturation too, but just just wanted to share that I'm not going to be able to be here tomorrow, which is fine. But I can send written comments.
Well, yeah, let us know if there's anything you want to stick around afterwards, just to give some thoughts and. Okay, let's start off with report outs. We'll do it by topic area, so one online and one in person. Maybe what I'll start. Wait, can I start with cultural and archaeological resources? And we also asked that group to talk about recreation. Realized that was one in between community and culture we kind of left out. So Quay, and then we'll go to Turner afterwards. And these are again just kind of high level, what you come up with. Listen to that and ask for questions around clarification or additions that you might have.
So a lot of what we discussed was definitions of what cultural is and what counts as cultural. As I mentioned, we start talking about creation too, because that can overlap with culture, because activities that people do are part of their culture. And also commercial fishing industry is also a big contributor to the communities on the coast. I would say struggle a lot with what gaps there may be, because we're trying to figure out the definitions of what cultural means and what traditional means. For example, traditional cultural users, what does that include? So we're having a hard time identifying specific gaps because we didn't know what definitions for these very broad categories are. And you know, if you drill down to the very bottom of it, anything a human does can be considered cultural. If it's a small group of 10 people, that's something they have culturally. If it's a large group, you know, that's also. So we're just trying to figure out what counts as culture, and if they can have a list of definitions, maybe there are different state statutes that define some of these terms that we're going to be use those as a starting point to discuss.
Great, thanks. And did you all talk about kind of any particular values around cultural resources or archaeological resources or recreation that were important to be thinking about? Or
One thing was the near shore paleo shoreline, that if we could maybe have Dogani or would allow somebody to delineate what that line may be and what counts as part of the paleo shoreline, community maybe explicitly call out like village sites, burial sites, just so we are clear on what's included in that. Let's see, anything else we can, and also another thing is, what about discontinued cultural practices, that things that don't happen today, but maybe at a location that used to happen, can that location be counted as a cultural site and be protected or avoided? Just let me write notes real quick. Yeah, so going back to the discontinued cultural activities on sites, currently, protections for just hard archaeology. If you find an object what remains, then you know for sure. And then how do we protect sites or values that's not tangible? Thank you.
yeah, thank you. Turner, how about for you? What different things did you all come up with, or nuanced things did you all come up with?
Sure. Okay. Yeah. So we had some different stuff that we talked about. Can you all hear me, first of all?
You sound great.
Okay. Okay. We started out with sort of reconnecting back to the viewshed discussion that had preceded it, and just noted that depending on how sort of existing materials are interpreted, the assessments, the analysis so far may not really include all culturally important or significant sites. I was really following up on kind of some of the last things that were said in that prior discussion. It was brought up an impact that may not, a potential gap is the impact of increased traffic in and out of port to, during construction and then ongoing operations. impact on the tidal influence areas in terms of sediments disturbance, spills, erosion, and impact on culturally significant plants that may be in that shoreline area, especially the impacts at king tides. It was observed that tribes that can claim territorial space in the affected viewsheds should have a meaningful engagement in the process, and that tribal there should be respect for traditional territories in that discussion. Offshore, so this was kind of an interesting gap that was identified. It's the potential for offshore or submerged cultural or archaeological sites. There may be a few places like that along the coast. And then a subsequent observation was that NAGPRA, which is the Native American Grave Protection and Repatriation Act, most of you probably already know, but I had to look up again. But it's not necessarily applicable to submerged areas, and that became a problem in an East Coast situation. And just to be aware of that and take that into consideration. It was noted that the area for port expansion in Coos Bay is directly across from a cultural site called, I believe, the Hollering Place. And they're both sides of the river there can be relevant and important in that regard. There was an observation made that the 4 Big River, Columbia River tribes are focused more on salmon and lamprey impacts, the cultural species preservation aspect of this, which is a different perspective from the coastal tribes to some degree. And how, the larger question is, how does significant cultural species impacts fit into the cultural landscape issues that are under discussion around offshore wind issues? Suggestion is made to learn, just to pay attention to what's happening, not just in California necessarily, but also on the East Coast tribes' experience with all this. Like that example from where NAGPRA did not apply. A couple questions asked: do affected tribes? This was a question that we did not know the answer to. Whether affected tribes, I think it was just raised by Hui as well. Do affected tribes have traditional marine fishery interests that might be affected by offshore wind development? Also, perhaps shellfish foraging interests on which there might be some impacts. I think that's it.
Great, thank you, Turner.
No.
Oh, did I cut you off?
Nope.
Okay. I was just gonna check to see if there's any clarifying questions. As I was listening to some of this, I was also reminded of a trick to try and use when we're talking highly technical, and also specific language. So when we're talking about the Native American Graves Act or what was the word? Paleo shoreline, like when there was a lot more ice, the ocean was farther out, and so people lived there. Or territorial seas, what does some of that mean? Feel free to grab a post-it and just kind of write, terms or concepts or other things that you'd like some more resources or context on, and feel free to give those to us and we'll package those up. Jeff?
I was wondering if I could take my prerogative to ask a question about what was just reflected. I take in the perspective that natural resources are cultural resources. And hearing about the indigenous species and the lamprey as important cultural species, I wonder, is there an equivalence if we have an ecological protection policy that would cover indigenous species and lamprey? Can that be viewed also as a cultural protective policy because it is protecting a natural resource that is a cultural resource? Does that satisfy that need and address that effect or concern is the question I would have.
Anybody wants?
That came up in our discussion, and perhaps you would be better First,
Thank you. Yeah.
Just real quick, Mike, Andrew did raise her hand, so I just wanted to make sure that it didn't get called out.
Andrea here, I would agree with that, and I feel that most of our tribal members agree with the idea that, you know, natural resources are cultural resources, and that in protecting them, you are protecting cultural resources, so. I don't know how that applies to, you know, within a bureaucracy, but, you know, from a tribal standpoint, that follows.
And Jeff, that also just seems that there may be policies that start off in one way and look through a different lens to be a public health policy too, right? So good questions. I'm gonna say territorial sea plan for last, because that was one of the ones I was surprised at, just like neither online or at the beginning, folks didn't show up till the last minute. Surprised given how much of an umbrella policy that was. So I'm gonna say that one. How about community, economic development, workforce, labor? Lisa and Rampies, can I go to you first, and then Trevor, I think, was that you online?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sitting holding my sticker next to me.
Rampies, good morning. Yeah, I'll try to be brief here. We discussed, I think, a little bit more on that lens of community benefits and community benefit agreements and moving enforceable agreements. We really talked about the concept of community benefit agreements defined by BOEM, the bid credits, and seeing that as not as the ceiling, but as the floor to our conversations of how we could potentially explore that here in Oregon. And additionally kind of wrestling with the concept of how do we think about community benefit agreements in a roadmap in consideration of how do we ensure it's structured in a way that is responsive or inclusive of developers. And I think for our group, it's like, hey, you know, developers have to show up, they have to talk to community, we have to find avenues for them to be here as well, while still centering the needs and interests of communities. So I think the idea, if we explore community benefit agreements, it's no longer, it's in the sense of not further marginalizing communities, but ensuring that frontline communities are front and center in that conversation. And then really just kind of delved into the concept of thinking of agreements as chapters to a book, where each chapter speaks to a specific community stakeholder, and thinking about concepts of coalition, collaboration in between different community stakeholders. And I think just to round that out, I think we additionally saw the value of just finding ways to maximize the value benefits for Oregon, not just from an economic or community benefit standpoint, but I get from like standpoint as a ratepayer, as someone who lives here. So that's it. You know, honestly, any folks want to add anything else?
Did you say, John, did you say sure, or that was good? Oh, nice work. Trevor, what's your team got?
So we have a couple of folks in and out. But I guess at the beginning for policy gaps, or maybe the first is a policy improvement. We talked about how it is unclear currently how or what type of public engagement can be enforced. In reference to the statewide planning goal number 1, citizen involvement might be too broad. Maybe a revisit to include more of that enforceable shall language instead of may, kind of what we're talking about with the history enforcement as well. Policy gap, kind of hinting at the idea of what adjacent policies are in place to empower communities when decisions are made at the state level, kind of similar in spirit to this roadmap process. where stakeholder engagement at the community level is baked into the state level policy. So can we have adjacent policies that really put the community first? Let's see. And then a couple comments for general principles in terms of doing just that, putting the community first. Kind of came up with a few sentences here. Establish inclusive adaptive management process by acknowledging that policy gaps will always exist. However, enforceable agreements ensure continuous community empowerment. We talked about adaptation, meaning generational adaptation. In a hypothetical situation, which I thought was useful and brought up, we talked about in the Gulf Coast of California, how, you know, oil rigs were first seen as like a point of pride in those economic development, strong growth around the community, and that shifted over generations to mean something else to that community. So kind of having those touchstones throughout, or having that management practice in place to kind of revisit what that would mean to an urban coast in terms of economic development. And then the final comment I'll just put is community benefit agreement could mean different things to different people and might not be a one-size-fits-all solution.
Thanks, Trevor. Thanks, Randy. Any kind of clarifying questions or thoughts or additions that all brings up? I will say, Trevor, for some of the notes you were making on inclusive community engagement and putting the community first, remember to bring those tomorrow too. Like that's part of the principled engagement we're going to chat about as well. But any clarifying questions? Jeff, did you hear what you needed to hear?
I think it will help to see the full collection of input. I think that out of the table that we put together, the survey responses, the conversation that came from today, there's a lot of work to try to distill that into focus areas where we think there are gaps. We need to then make double sure there isn't something out there that might affect the gap. And then there may be a follow-on conversation of what are our options when it comes to addressing what these gaps are? What are the policy possibilities?
But these two, this table topic was the one I was expecting the most and longest list of potential policy gaps based on some of the analysis. Just given where the state land use system has focused traditionally and a lot of our environmental regulations being really strong. So things like how does this apply in the land use context for workforce or housing or other, there's just a lot there. So I think we'll want to make sure we get it covered for this topic. Okay, environment and energy. Thank you, Julia.
Maybe don't thank me till after I hopefully succeed. We'll see how it goes. And I do just want to rub it in a little bit more for the folks online that the peanut butter cookie was. I'm a monster. Okay. So yes, and sorry. The first thing that came up that I think is a really large bucket that's similar to what you were just talking about, Bobby, and we're not going to get into every detail of it, but we don't really have as a state an effective way to follow the mitigation hierarchy on multiple levels. I mean, that applies on so many different levels, and especially compensatory mitigation. And we don't even feel like there's particularly good samples out there for some of this stuff. So, you know, California is kind of carving a path in a really interesting way here, but it's like, I think that's one of the areas where we see a huge need for showing up how the state can approach it. It was even brought up that the state has statewide policy on that, but how they apply it doesn't really work for ocean and like our marine environments, right? So it's like we might have a policy that we kind of live under, but there's not a way to implement it. So there's just challenges around how we actually follow the mitigation hierarchy that we're so concerned about. Be great to have a plan for if there's any kind of failure, like, you know, who's responsible, how is it dealt with, how do you do the environmental cleanup? Similar with emergency management, what is the emergency plan, who's responsible, how does that work? Which isn't maybe your classic environmental concern, but it came up. There was, there, some of these things were not necessarily policy gaps, but they could be kind of like information gaps that might be able to be addressed by policy, needs more fleshing out, but cumulative impacts, we want to have a much better idea of how to like decide whether or not and how to move forward with these projects based on what we perceive to be cumulative impacts, and we're not really getting that from a federal process, and if not, where are we going to get that from? And that's kind of leads to the next one, which is we identified, I think, several data gaps where it's like, in order to make good policy, we kind of need information. So those are in the notes. And I think the last thing I'll mention is that something that we've learned from the East Coast is that the existing offshore wind infrastructure that's been built is actually, the monitoring has been really incredible at increasing scientific knowledge of wildlife and species. You know, the right whale, we have so much more knowledge on the right whale now because how much monitoring is happening from these wind turbines and the surveys that went into building them, but also just actual data that's being collected from the infrastructure itself. So I think making sure we have policies that are requiring really great monitoring and that incentivizing or requiring or however we can, that monitoring data is something that we can use scientifically, in the state for future policymaking, for data, for the sake of data, right? There's a number of species that, when salmon go into the ocean, there's a gigantic question mark about kind of what's happening with them. Maybe we get more data from this kind of installation. So anyway, there could be really interesting policies around how we require monitoring to happen, how that data is used and how it's collected. And if I missed something big, let me know, folks on my team.
Anybody that stopped by the environment and energy table, that is anything big Julie missed? All right, Annie, what did you all talk about online that's different, more nuanced than what you heard Julia talking about? And I'm picking it, there you are, Annie.
Are you referring to me? Okay. Well, I can't access the note document, so I am just gonna wing what I heard. Yeah, we definitely.
And just real quick, Sophia's here in the room too, so she's got your back. Don't worry about it.
Okay, great.
But Sophia's got your back.
Okay, great. Yeah. We definitely echoed a lot of what Julia was mentioning, particularly when it comes to really needing good monitoring. And in order to do adaptive management effectively, we need baseline information. So something that we brought up is like maybe considering some kind of requirement for baseline surveys to be conducted and then monitoring to be conducted throughout the whole process. Something else we discussed was like the fact that a lot of the enforceable policies around fish and wildlife protections are somewhat vague, and there are pros and cons to that. We definitely don't want to like miss anything by accident or by making it too specific, but at the same time, some more clarification on natural resources that we want to protect and we want to mitigate effects to could be useful in those policies. And then there are all kinds of updates that would be useful in the territorial sea plan. TSP3, for instance, we were talking a little bit about rocky habitats and how rocky habitats sites that are designated have all kinds of protections, but that doesn't necessarily apply to rocky habitat areas outside of those site designations. So there might be some enforceable policies around TSP3. Let's see, what else? I know there's a bunch of other really great points, but I'm kind of forgetting right now because I can't see the notes.
You're all good. Sophia's right here. We're gonna ask her.
Thank you so much, Annie. And I think you mentioned most of all the ideas that we talk and have the conversation about. But we mentioned the real-time data for at least 2 years, not just to collect data for offshore wind, but also the climate change and the weather changing conditions, so that we can have that. And also one of the things that we mentioned is to be aware, at least, is the vulnerability of federal grants that support university research and how that might affect future capacity to do more and the needed research. And another thing that was important, I think, based on the principles, and there are existing science frameworks that can be adapted to different species that could be applied for those areas, like the marine reserve modeling science. But I think Karina mentioned that. And besides that, Annie, I think you mentioned most of our ideas. So thank you.
Yeah, did you hear what you needed to hear?
Yeah,
Thank you. Can I? Oh, sorry.
Oh, please go ahead.
I just wanted to add one more thing that we discussed, that many of our enforceable policies don't necessarily consider a temporal element when it comes to biological phenomenon or, you know, seasonal factors like breeding grounds or times of the year when humpback whales like migrate through. Like, there's not really a temporal element and safeguards around areas that, you know, might need extra protection during specific times of the year. So that's just something else to think about. And then the changing kind of temporal scale when it comes to climate change is something we need to think about in the long run. That's it. That's all I got. Thanks.
Really, that group really exemplified that relationship between, we have these broad policies about like protecting ecological function, but that sometimes you also need to be supplementing that with details about how you do that and what it means to do it right, while also preserving that for those things that you may forget to talk about and that you may not know to include as a policy. You have that broader level policy as your backstop to say, when we're looking at a future with offshore wind, we need to be considering the specific how and then the general what of what it needs to accomplish.
And the piece around adaptive management and temporal, I think states and feds have struggled with what good policy around that looks like for a long time.
I just want to acknowledge Carlin's point in the chat as well, what the process should be to identify best practices for monitoring, how to ensure the best practices for technology with technology moving so fast. That's perhaps an interesting question to fold into this research agenda that, you know, gosh, it goes so many places. And, you know, thinking of the roadmap's role in the research agenda and how we coordinate how we learn those things we need to know, both within Oregon, but then coordinating California and Washington as well.
This is Mike. I just would offer a thought or a perspective that was triggered by this notion of data sharing. I've run into a situation where a large development project in Coos Bay has specific details that are being negotiated with a public body, a port authority, but there's a non-disclosure agreement. So there's data communication going on, and there's data being gathered and proposals being developed, which would be not unexpected in a situation like an offshore wind scenario development. But the public is being precluded from accessing that information and data upon which to form their own opinions and views. So we're talking about the development of a potential resource, but there's an exclusion of the public from access to information that's being used by decision makers. And so I wondered if there's a gap in a policy regarding data sharing that might take a look at whether or not non-disclosure agreements are an appropriate tool to be part of an offshore energy development project, because it's been very frustrating to be locked out of a dialogue where you know there is communication and plans being developed, but there's no opportunity to engage in that development, that dialogue.
Yeah, I feel like that ties in a little bit with what Julia was saying about access for information for scientific purposes, net balance of businesses need confidential business information sometimes, so what does that mean? Sure, John?
That just makes me think, I'd like to just add a footnote to the community benefits discussion. Kind of three things. We agreed on the importance of good faith negotiations between the stakeholders in this topic, especially among developers and community stakeholders, and how to bring developers to the table to have these discussions. We also agreed that it kind of looks like Coos and Curry counties are on the leading edge of offshore wind for the state of Oregon. And possibility that maybe conveners such as Oregon Solutions might be a good entity that could help facilitate a stakeholder / developer discussions at some point moving forward.
Sorry, I was doing my face right behind.
Oh, sorry.
You're good. All right, how about territorial sea plan, Jeff? Anything come up there you want to share that hasn't come up?
Well, I'll share that we sat lonely at the table for quite a while. Maybe that just means.
And Eva did the whole time.
Yeah, I don't know if that means that the morning just exhausted people of talking through so many of the policies there.
I don't know that people get how big an umbrella the territorial sea.
Well, and maybe that's the hopeful part of me is that when that was drafted, there were a lot of good and broad ideas that give us some comfort. But there were some areas that people came in and it was definitely like the expert conversation. I feel like people had some really specific, like, hey, there are some policies right now in part 5 that are there on the books, but for one reason or another didn't pass go with NOAA when it was submitted. Can we go back and tweak them in some way that might turn them from not enforceable to enforceable? If we can figure out what the root cause of the rejection was, and is that something that's worth looking at? And then there were some specific issues related to, I think, this larger question of surveying is part of the life cycle of developing an offshore wind project, and we have policies that apply to the project once it is in existence that do not apply when you're doing the surveying, like how you do surveying in a way that does not do harm, and that also is giving you the information that you're going to need down the road, so that there's a link there. And then there was some talk about buoy anchors and those kind of things that also can relate to those different phases, as well as something that I heard elsewhere as well, the response to emergencies and things failing, and how is what's in there already, how could that be potentially strengthened?
Oh, any questions from Jeff or for Jeff online in the room? Are there any gaps that we didn't talk about? Probably, yeah. I mean, these things, it's open until we need to start writing some things. But the original intent of kind of to this point, we'll talk about again the process engagement policies tomorrow morning. But we should have exhausted most of your feedback. Of course, folks will reflect.
Are you kidding me?
Okay. Mike, I want you to stick around and help us with some post-its then. Because the intent of today was to exhaust your feedback, and not in a bad way, but really just get the space to get it all out there. So, and just on this gap issue, because the rotation we were getting ready to make is to start thinking about recommendations. Right, so if there's a potential gap in the territorial sea plan, something that we could tweak, that NOAA would say yes to, do we want to recommend doing that? That's the next move that we wanna start talking about. Yeah.
I just want to say that something I appreciate about this report out and things I'm hearing is that we're talking about gaps on one hand, but on the other hand, I think that we are unearthing the things we ought to be doing to do it right. And I think that there's value in that. And if we're talking about a roadmap of trying to define the path to get there the right way, this is all really useful information and it can find a place in that future.
Yeah. Cool. Any other kind of thoughts or reflections on gaps? Whoa. Oh, what lines?
Stepping back from all the details, all the feedback and all the policies, laws and whatever involved in this process that we did the gap analysis today on. Is there may have been mention between the two of you about policy or legislation that actually establishes a priority when some of these very legitimate interests are going to be impacted as to whether that causes a stop action or is that something that needs to yield for a higher priority of the state? So we're gonna have the state's energy plan that comes out, that's my assumption is it's going to establish goals for the state in terms of how they're gonna meet the energy goals of the state. That would have implications on the various sources of renewable energy we pursue as a state, and so therefore how important offshore wind might be to that mix based on the available alternatives. So once we, if you look at this from a holistic perspective, at the end of the day, you're going to have very, very legitimate interests and impacts that may necessarily have to yield higher state priorities. Is there any guidance in law and procedure on how we prioritize it? How do we balance the conflicting interests?
Jeff, I'll let you give the real answer to that. But part of what we were pressing on today, it came up in a couple of comments is, in some cases, there are ways to prioritize, and in other places there aren't. And the way we might have chosen to prioritize 5 or 10 or 50 years ago may be different than what we might prioritize now, which is why we were eliciting those conversations around values and values conversations. So that if you all wanted to get to the point within the roadmap that you could make recommendations for how to do some of that prioritization, we can make the space.
If I can just talk, in the absence of having some sort of, from a statewide perspective, all stakeholders involved, priorities, some clarity in priorities, right? What we might wind up doing is you have a bunch of interests that are protected by various procedures and laws. And so therefore the options that the state has is simply constrained by the myriad of legitimate interests that would be impacted by having a profound shift in how we produce energy, right? Therefore, eliminating our ability to meet the goals of the state, right? So this is what I mean about the need to think through, okay, just think of the whole range of issues we're talking about. Site, just to be able to look up from the coast and there are sacred issues at stake, and at the same time, we're the counterbalance is ocean acidification, the counterbalance is ecological disruption, long term, and so, yeah, I don't know if that's a gap, but yeah.
No, you made him shake his head.
You're describing the art and the challenge of making policy. Right? And we have policies that protect things we value. We have things that are threatening things we value. We have trade-offs to make all of the time. I think that we can have those conversations in our roadmap context. I don't know that we're going to make a call on what would be sacrificed for something else. Maybe we would have it, but bottom line is, that's a really hard question to answer you bring up.
But a good one for dinner.
Yeah, I've been involved with this since the 2019 lecture that was done at SWAC and Coos Bay, and then again down at Brookings, and long before that from California as well. What I kept waiting for is someone in the state to say, I'm the leader. And whether it's out of the governor's office, which we talked about, said, you know, probably too political, maybe ODO, maybe DLCD. Jeff, you've done a great job. Andy did a great job in when he was dealing with Rome, and it's that sort of leadership. But there was nobody tasked with looking at it overall, an ombudsman or sort of an owner. And I don't know if there's a policy aspect of that, but that I think would have been very, very valuable from the get-go quite a while ago.
We had talked.
With Julian.
Well, there's one other thing I'm remembering too.
Yeah.
Maybe just to build on this, I guess my question here is like, as we think about enforceable policies and gaps in policies, who enforces? So is it all just front end compliance? Or, which I don't think is where this group, many of our comments are, what is needed for structures to do the ongoing compliance? I'd say like, the ombudsman to me is like a level, it's a reporting level, it's not. Sometimes I think the downside of the ombudsman, they're not always the enforcer, they're kind of like your whistleblower maybe, but they're not, if something goes wrong or the system's not working as intended, but there's no, the direction towards remedy and action is a little bit fuzzy. Here, I think we're talking about like, oh, in the event that someone falls in the water, in the event that something gets unhooked and, due to a tsunami or some kind of seismic event, what is the state intervention? Is it DLCD looking at the Coast Guard looking at Bessie, all 3 different people or 8 different agencies looking at each other? Or do we clarify, here in this roadmap, here's the gap, here's what we would hope, maybe it's interagency. But then I get the question begets itself, how do you fund that? How does that work? I think those are just questions like I think we would want to flesh out. I see as a gap, just maybe building up here on the combustible, not a bad idea, just like more and more, I think we would need to explore. Is there like a state Bessie that you would want to explore? But I think the deficiencies is like DLCDs, you guys are a staff of 5 or 6.
I think that question of what is the long-term role of the state is one that we've touched on in little moments in this process so far, but have not spent dedicated time on. And it's something that I'm glad that we have some time to breathe, because we can return to, I don't know if you remember the kind of winding path figure that came out of our November group exercise. There's a lot more to be talked about there. I think there's also the reality that we're talking about a project that is predominantly in federal waters, and that there are federal agencies with jurisdiction out there. And it is through the Coastal Zone Management Act that the state gets to have a larger say as to what goes out there, but that it's limited to certain points in time. And that, as I've said before, after we give a consistency decision, which occurs at the permitting phase, we don't get to take it back later. And we don't get to enforce those things that we say need to happen, at least not under the formal way things work. And there's a question, are there creative ways through this process that we can think about meeting these needs that I'm hearing consistently? And what would ongoing coordination look like? What would the state's ability be to see its interests met? I think that there's a lot of potential for conversation there. I don't know how much we can actually make happen there, but I think it's worth looking at.
Okay, I was just gonna say, I think you actually kind of got what I was gonna say, which is that, just under the gigantic bucket of, we're not really quite sure how to do, mitigation hierarchy, like part of the question was authority, we want like, what is the entity in the state of Oregon, and kind of, it's just like, there's a lot of questions about how to do this and where to about to stop, and there's a lot of stuff that has to happen from the platform to the land as well. I mean, there's just, there's a lot. And something I did forget to mention, and my brain just won't let me not say it, was that in our small group, there was an energy component to energy and environment, and I forgot to mention that there was a long discussion about trying to find a way to ensure as much as possible, maybe that policy is a way to do this, that Oregon benefit from the energy generated from this proposal that moves forward, because we talked earlier about there being a very real possibility that we wouldn't see any of it, and it's like at least having it land in Southern Oregon, even if most of it goes to California, means that Southern Oregon community, coastal community, is getting the resilience it needs, right? So anyway, there was definitely talk about making sure that the state is doing what it needs to do to be ready to take this energy into Southern Oregon communities at the very least, and if not, help meet our broader, energy needs. So that was something that definitely should have been mentioned when I did the roundup. That's it.
Thanks, Julia. And then I do want to get ready to wind this down. Mike, what do you got?
I'm wound up.
I know. Can I give you one more thing to
Yes.
say, and then we can wind this down, and
Yeah,
then
that's good.
just and then we'll go to post-it land.
All right. Well, I realize that a lot of these policies are really front-loaded, that are like, should we or shouldn't we do this? But our assignment is also to do offshore wind roadmap with exit ramps. So we should also be looking for gaps in that, once the answer is we should, and that we have a facility that is being developed in our state, what are there any gaps that would have us redirect that activity if it doesn't go according to these standards? I think we're quite weak in that. Once we decide we're going to do this, what enforceable policies are we going to have to steer a project once it's been approved? And to that end, I'll offer an example of a project I was involved in England, where it was a managed retreat project in response to sea level. And after the World War II, England built a whole bunch of sea defense engineered structures to protect the shoreline. They were all engineered to the same standard. And then they had a storm that exceeded that standard, and they had catastrophic failure of the entire system of shoreline protection. So then they had to declare an emergency. And I would expect that a project such as this, because of its scalable nature, will have a turbine, and each and every one of those turbines will be designed in a similar way, and it will have maximum exceedance standards. And if we had a failure, there will very likely be some sort of a declaration of an emergency. So one gap that sort of came to my mind as the course of these discussions is some policies probably uphold and stay in effect in the declaration of an emergency, and other policies probably go off to the side in an emergency situation, like an oil spill or some other sorts of things. I know DSL has some emergency policies regarding their dredging and filling kinds of activities, but I think we should really take a kind of a focal look at, once we decide, since most of these policies apply to the should we or shouldn't we aspect of the project, I think we should take that second tier look and say, once we've approved the project, what are the enforceable policies to steer it once it's in place? If we have a catastrophic failure, do these policies that we have here still apply? And it might be worth taking a look through them to say, well, these might apply and these might not apply. we've just seen an emergency executive order declaration for an energy emergency. Suddenly the Corps of Engineers permitting processes that we all rely on and the NEPA requirements that guide decision-making have now expedited procedures because of this emergency declaration. I think it would be worth taking a look at that as it relates to, should we do some facility development here? What would happen in the situation of an emergency? Because when these things fail, the new Carissa went aground, didn't go aground during good weather, it went aground during that extreme event that created the catastrophic failure. And that's very likely how something could go poorly for a project.
Yeah, thank you, Mike. And that actually sets us up a little bit for thinking about tomorrow. Where we were gonna talk about policies around engagement. We were also gonna talk about exit ramps. Both about what triggers an exit ramp and how does it get resolved when we get back on track. So Jeff, I was gonna go into thinking about tomorrow and kind of walking through and asking a couple questions and then letting folks start to reflect on today. So do you have anything else on this? It's last word.
Well, just Bobby, I thought that we had talked, before we came back together, that topic we may save under and try to build that one a little bit more.
Okay. That's fine. Yeah, so I think for then, anything else on gaps then? Okay, so I think for tomorrow, the plan is we'll get here at 8:30. So start a little bit earlier. We're still gonna get you out of here at 12:30. And then we'll lead off with the engagement principles and kind of the policies around that. We'll do kind of an energy part 2, kind of updates on some of the ODO models and discussion about challenges and opportunities around the energy part 2. We're gonna hold the exit ramps conversation. I may ask and see some questions around that, just because the idea of like the time and the key phases. And then we'll do some updates from work groups. Does that sound all right? Cool. If folks get a chance, let's actually just, if you're comfortable, just stand up with me. I just want us to take 3 big breaths together and then close our eyes and think about reflecting. If you're at home, do the same. If you're in a spot where you can just kind of stand up, like roll your shoulders around, move your torso around, like get those wiggles out. And we're gonna take kind of 3 big breaths together and then just reflect on some of the key things that you heard today. What is it that you want to take into dinner, that next conversation tomorrow? So if you're comfortable, go ahead and close your eyes. Take a deep breath in. Gratitude for being here together, for spending the time, investing all that effort you did today. Take a deep breath in. Reflect 1, 2, 3 things you really took from today. That last breath in. Think about what questions you want to ask of folks for tomorrow, for this evening, conversations you want to have going forward. Open your eyes if you feel comfortable. Thank you all so much. Good job on a big full day, folks on Zoom. We worked you 9 to 5 on Zoom, so thank you. That was huge. Trevor, do we have news on dinner? Okay, news on dinner.
So the casino seafood restaurants, before host said, I can be too busy for 15. Hearth and Table only has 6 tables. I was kind of hesitant to say yes. Fathoms and Gilgamesh both are a go. So Hearth and Table sounds like a risk with only 6 tables, but Fathoms and Gilgamesh said they're good to go. So.
Okay, can we?
I'll talk to if anyone wants to take a shot.
Okay, so let's do this. Let's go downstairs. Let's meet there at 5:30. 5:30, downstairs at the lobby of the hotel. Yeah, at the hotel. So not here at the casino, but over at the hotel at 5:30.
Where is exactly the lobby?
If you don't know what I'm talking about, then follow me downstairs and I'll point to you. 5:30 at the hotel lobby, it's a covered area, and then we'll organize carpools and rides, and some folks can go to Gilgamesh, some folks can go to Hartford Table, okay? All right, thanks, everybody. We'll see you here at 8:30 tomorrow. 8:30 tomorrow.
Yeah, so you're gonna go over there now, and I've got my card here, and I'm gonna shout out right here.
Thank you.
Down there in my car. Spend a night here and then tomorrow. But it's like 5 hours drive.